And Serena
The
had
third guy ducks. Someone got it. Someone got it.
I was drinking water, and I was like, ah.
No, yeah, I was trying to like think of everything that happened, and then that made me laugh. Raziel put a spider drone so he could see and hear everything that was going on, and it was on Serena's shoulder.
Yes.
They went into the bar. Seraphim got really drunk. Serena also got drunk, but not as drunk. And Maxon stayed sober and hung out. And they all met Ophidia, the contact that owns the bar. And
All right.
after listening to a lovely jazz band, they were invited into the back room where they began to talk with her about general goings-on in the city and supplies, and then I can't remember how. I believe she brought up Alex.
It was brought up kind of passively.
I can't remember how exactly it was brought up, but it was brought up passively, and then it was discovered that she was actually it was brought up, but it was brought up passively, and his partner before the war. She was some kind of informant agent for the Elvish side. The side that was trying to stop the war, not the side that was progressing it alongside the dwarves. And she gave you guys a lot of information about what the dwarves are possibly doing, especially with that forge you found. And she even gave you Alex's old jetpack. And she offered you a place to stay in the bar, and I believe that is like all the information she gave you, unless I'm missing anything.
She told us what they are potentially building with the bodies they were crunching up in that machine.
Yeah, they are using the organic material to try and construct another, what they call Jabberwock, which is the large organic material to try dragon bomber creature that destroyed the world the first time.
Large and spooky.
Very, very big and very, very creature that destroyed the world the first time.
Very spoofy.
Nice.
Yeah, that's all the information, but there's... She also gave some more, she gave some information detailing that a previous character that has shown up, the magician, is from this plane, or this place of existence, this world.
Alright.
Have you met the magician, Sharp? Has he?
No, he hasn't actually. He wasn't there for the last campaign.
I believe I have. No, I was not.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. He showed up in the last campaign, did some wacky shit, and I mean wacky shit.
I haven't enjoyed mass this much.
And if it came to find out that Alex used to know him, and they were actually working together, fighting to try and save Uramos before the world went to shit, basically. But yeah, when everybody is ready, I would actually like to jump in on Stone's perspective to show what's happening while you guys are in the bar.
Taking a little convent alive.
So just whenever you guys are ready, and I'll do a quick recap for the stream.
Yep. Give me just a second. Let me set the ambience a little bit since we're outside. Early evening, after sundown type traffic, but I'll play the inside the bar music. Is this the right one?
Lo-fi tunes to drink and get crunk to.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
There it is.
It was the other one.
and I'm back.
All right. There you go. Turning on the helmet.
Let's do it.
Hell yeah.
If their conversation had ended, then I probably would have retreated from the drone. If the conversation was still going on when you're doing this checkup
no, yeah.
outside, I'm currently sitting in the car without sight.
Yeah, this is gonna be like kind of during towards like near the end of you guys' conversation. So yeah, you definitely still be like monitoring through the drone.
So I'm sitting in the car. Stone's outside the car, I think, on guard duty, I guess, or reading, or
Yes,
whatever you're doing.
I was on guard duty, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you were standing guard outside the truck, just kind of hanging out.
I recall.
And I'm updating you on what's going on because I can still talk even though I can't see you or hear, I think.
So up at this point, you would know that Ophidia is the partner of Alex, and that she's giving you some information about the dwarves, as well as Alex's jetpack. And they're kind of just discussing Alex's past and how he was essentially kind of like a commando and a super soldier.
Alright. Nice.
Alright. Are we streaming? Are we ready?
Yeah, we are up.
Alright.
We'll check that
Well,
now.
Alright then.
I guess we will come back in around the time that we'll say that Serena was asking if we could stay here, somewhere safe. What is Stone doing right now outside? The sun's coming down, music's playing through the temple windows of the bar.
Are any of my surroundings familiar to me in particular?
Well, for you, you know you don't like this building. It's the Coliseum.
Yeah.
I don't like that one.
That part. I'm right across the street. That's crazy.
You do-
Literally
I will
across the street from it.
So yeah, you know you don't like that place. You know that the bar is a nice place, because after your little escape, you know that they were, where a lot of the guards were trying to catch animals that were getting out, they were just kind of making sure they didn't knock the bar over, you know?
Yeah.
Didn't try and stop it.
They weren't trying to stop anything from trying to escape. They were just trying to make sure that their bar didn't get crushed.
Which makes a lot of sense.
You would know that this is a guard barrack, so you're probably not a big fan of this place either.
Oh yeah.
This is another big guard barrack in the prison. You're probably not a fan of. You don't really like any of your surroundings right now.
Yeah, no, I pretty much assumed I didn't.
I will say though,
What's
as
with these abandoned-looking buildings on the left and right of the top area over here?
they're the shanty towns. They're where workers, people that aren't technically considered like Green Cove bandits work. Like, from what you know, they gave you food when you were trying to hide from the bandits. They never said anything while you were hiding in their like dirty laundry and shit when the guards came through to try and find you and other escapees. Like, you know, they're pretty
man.
chill.
I hope their clothes didn't smell like dog.
They smelled worse beforehand, so
It smelled.
I mean, you guys have all seen this place. It's not very clean,
Yeah.
but
it pretty much isn't.
Or even half a basket.
there is some light traffic along the road here going to the. You notice that the bazaar on the waterfront is lit up with lights, lanterns, torches, just about anything. Seems to be people coming to set up for the night market. You would know from your time here, even being down trapped in the pits, that The night bazaar is like people go there to eat, drink, shop a little bit. It's kind of like people go there to get drunk and shop, basically.
I think I should go to the night market. Would I find like a tailor? Anybody good with
You might.
clothing or armor? Because I need someone to fix this lab coat for me. I need my lab coat. I'm still on that.
Do you let Raziel know?
If he's gonna leave
Yeah.
and he lets me know, I'd probably go with him.
Okay.
Well, I probably
not
would
alone.
let
Go with
him
him?
know regardless. I don't think, personally, even though Stone is kind of a really, what's the word? Stoic person, I very much doubt he would want to go by himself for multitudes of reasons.
No,
I would
yeah, I was
describe
about
him
to
as
say.
reserved, I think is the word.
That's what I was going to say.
There
He's-
it is.
It's very reserved. So yeah, do you when I'm assuming you tell Raziel, and if he offers
If he
to go,
taps me
would-
on the shoulder, it would let me know I need to come out of my thing so he can talk to me.
so yeah, just
I'm opening my
yeah.
eyes looking at him real quick.
Okay, so, I'm gonna visit the bazaar. Are you interested?
Oh. Shopping. Sounds fun.
Potentially.
Cars should be safe here in this parking lot. So we should be good. So shall we?
Might as well. Maybe I could find a new book or two.
as you guys are leaving, though, you see kind of running up from over in this direction is the front attendee guy who first checked you in at the apartment complex. He's like running, huffing and puffing up to you guys. And he seems to be carrying something in his hand.
Hey, youngin, come here. You looking for us?
Right. He runs up and he puts his hands on his knees and he just starts going, I have something.
I get that last one.
He says that he has a something from the Dropbox in from Crane's room.
Ah.
Oh. The fact
And,
that every
he-
time you inhaled it sounded like you got further from the mic was just amazing.
Leaning with it.
Real.
It was the mic fighting peaking.
Yeah, no,
That's all
yeah.
that was.
Yeah, that was amazing.
But he hands you a small enclosed. It looks like it's a small enclosed, just kind of like fold open case, but it's like ballistic.
Oh.
Oh.
Just has a simple latch on the
oddly
front, no
particular.
lock, but it's a very sturdy container for whatever this is.
Could we open it?
Just a second. It was in Seraphim's room's Dropbox, right?
Yes, it was in the room of Reese Crane.
Reese Crane,
So
that's what I was thinking.
then This could potentially be dangerous.
It could also potentially be something he may be looking for or may need access to. And at that, I tap my ear and go, Seraphim? And let's see if I hear anything but snoring, babbling, drunkenness.
Oh my god.
Don't worry. Don't
I will
worry.
say,
I'm in the seat right now. What's up, Raziel? What did you need?
Well, your Dropbox from that's under your other name has a package.
That is
Would you like
my
to come
name.
out
Yes, I
and
would like
receive
this. Yes, I would like this package. It's still my name, god damn it.
Pardon me, I don't know why I thought that was funny.
Well,
Do you guys-
yeah.
do you guys take it inside, or do you want Seraphim to come out and get it from you?
I don't know if it would be a good idea to take a possible weapons case inside that place. So I would probably ask him to come and get it.
Should we leave it in the armored vehicle for him?
I would.
I wouldn't
mean, you
leave it
guys-
in the car.
Yeah, I was.
I
About
would
to
have put
say,
it.
like,
If you, we can
That
hold
might
off
not be
until
it.
we get back to the room. I can put it in my bag. If you
Yeah,
want.
we could carry it, but there's the risk of like, what if it's like a bomb and we're going to the bazaar with it?
Fuck it, you've got me curious. Give me a second. I'm gonna head outside.
Okay.
Serena, I'm going out. I'm gonna take the first leave. They've got something for me.
Personally,
heard.
I think I should open it. If it's anything particularly dangerous, I have the resistance to deal with it.
That may be
Seraphim's just
true,
gonna
but
jog,
he gets the
sweat out
choice
the liquor,
first.
but he's gonna get over
If
there.
it is.
Fair
Okay.
point.
As you meet up with them, you just see a somewhat vaguely familiar box. It's not like anything immediately familiar, but you've definitely seen containers like this in the past for anything
I'll lead
that
him over to the truck
Reese could have been doing.
and let him open it in the back seat.
Yeah, I'll do
He's gonna.
an inspection on it of some kind. What would I need to roll?
Roll
Layout.
investigation.
Oh boy. Oh, 15 minus 1, 14.
Upon close inspection, it's a box that isn't locked.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, for y'all's information, the reason I wasn't as worried that it would explode on us is this kid just ran full fucking tilt carrying this box at least a block and a half.
It probably would have fucking blown up in his face already.
Yeah, that is
Just
true.
for heads up.
You have
Alright.
half a point.
That's why I'm
there.
less worried.
I will say, you
You
didn't
have a
quite
point.
meet the DC, but you got pretty close. You know it's definitely not a bomb.
Okay, guys, just stand back, just in case. It's either explosive. Saying no, I know it's definitely not a bomb, but still, it could be explosive, or it could be well constructed.
Oh my god, JC. is
So let's
wrong.
find out. And I just open it.
As you pop it open, do you slowly open it, or do you just like fully open it in one motion?
I'd fully open it. What are you talking about?
You fully
Wing
open it to a shaken, but
Not
still
stirred.
perfectly intact vial of a strange reddish, bluish, kind of purple liquid
Oh my
in a
god.
syringe.
Okay, hang on. I need to write that down.
Bluish, kind of purple.
Reddish, purplish, bluish liquid.
It's kind of moving between those colors.
A multicolored swirl.
Like those oil slick looking things that
Yes,
people buy?
it
Oily
almost looks
film.
like it almost looks oily in a way.
That's actually kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's a very small. Looks like it would be about like one dose based off of like how you guys would use a stim to heal. It's about one
Oh,
stim's worth of a heal.
Can I
It's,
smell
I
it
have
to see if there's
identify-
anything like... I was gonna say,
In a
can I smell it
syringe.
to see if there's anything up with it?
I literally have the spell identify
Oh, well,
It's
prepared.
it's in a sealed like medical syringe case. You can't smell anything.
no, I wouldn't be able to smell crap.
Raziel, if you wouldn't mind having a look at this, it's a syringe, and I just turn the box towards him.
And just in case, so that I don't waste anything, I'm gonna ritually cast it so
got
that I
it.
save a spell slot.
Nice.
We got the time,
10 minutes.
so I ritually cast over the next 10 minutes in the back of the half track.
Just leaning against it. Just,
Identify.
By
Like
the
it
nine
means
divine
Seraphim are
algae in the Great Pond.
Oh my god.
It's a very specific reference for Kyle.
We're just like
Anyways.
playing rock, paper, scissors while we're waiting for him or something.
Let's
I'll
say
just be, do they serve meals
Here, have a deck
inside?
of cards.
If
Do they
so,
see
that's
it
what I'll be
serve what?
doing. Meals.
Meals.
Food.
yeah, they serve food. It's just
You having a snack right
it
now?
seems to be some kind of roasted jungle beast with assorted forage.
Hell yeah.
I probably would have told you to go get something to eat or something if you were hungry.
I will
considering you
be
just got drunk.
Remaining
Oh my
inside
God, wait,
eating.
that's-
I'm gonna go get Gandalf. He's meowing at doors.
That's the perfect opportunity. Fried
back?
rodent of unusual size.
Oh yeah, no, you didn't know Gandalf came back?
No.
I was okay. I should have told you this. Yeah, that day, whenever you left and he was gone, he came back that day,
Oh.
and then I whipped Jackson's ass a second time in Magic.
Funny.
So, before we do anything else, what is Maxon gonna do? I'm sure in all the commotion he would have heard something about the bazaar.
Probably.
Yeah.
Because I probably would have updated them that we were going to be going after this anyway, just so they knew what we were doing.
So would Maxon like to go to the bazaar, or is he gonna stay here with Serena and relax? Okay, cool. So we'll say that you are out here waiting on
Us to finish ritual
to be
casting.
cast. And then... Okay, so yeah, in that 10 minutes, is there anything specific that you guys are doing?
Yes, Seraphim.
Alrighty then. Ritually casting.
Seraphim will go ahead and go inside and to sit wherever Serena's eating, and also grab something to eat.
They also bring you seared jungle beast and assorted forage.
I cannot remember the last time I've had something that looks like food in front of me. Hey, fucking Seraphim wolfs it down.
And about 8 to 9 minutes, you're almost done casting the spell. There is a bit of a scuffle down in this area on the map.
Of course there is.
It seems to be some more of the rebels with the wolf biting the snake on their shield. They seem to be busting some people out of the prison down here. And
I love the idea of like park bench spectating an uprising.
This is Spider-Man. This is Spider-Man eating a hot dog. Like that's all we're doing is we're just like there's a jailbreak going on, and we're just like, Seraphim is like the Spider-Man where he was like shoving the whole burger in his mouth, fingers and all.
Literally.
That is Seraphim right now.
And let's see. In the scuffle with the guards and everything, 2 rebels are killed, a guard is killed, and they're just kind of like laying out here. But it seems that 3 rebels escaped.
God damn.
And made off into like the shanty towns. They just kind of scattered and just disappeared into the jungle.
Oh yeah, freedom.
I could find them. I'm not gonna, but I could find them.
But then, as you finish up the spell, Raziel, this seems to be... You just cast it at a... It just needs a first level, or however.
Yeah, it's just a first level spell.
And then can you tell me exactly what it does again? Or just like a short...
Pull it up real quick. Well, it doesn't take a second. You choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it is a magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them. Whether it requires attunement to use and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature through the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it.
Okay. So this is a vial of genetic material. And it seems to be injectable.
Well, you have a vial of DNA goo. You want to stick it in yourself or somebody else?
Why the fuck would I stick it in anyone else? But should I go ahead and stick it inside of me? This is
I don't know. That's all I know about it. It's injectable.
It might
Who could have sent it to you? Is there anything else in the box?
Well, Raziel, I'll give you a bit more information on it. You can tell from the spell we'll call it like a technical... How would you describe Identify? Would you describe it as just like a technical stick scan? Like, since it's a very, it's not really magic.
I didn't think about that.
We could say you
10
just
minutes
like
doing it. You were just probably sitting there looking
Fully
at it, pouring over
inspecting
and
it and trying to figure it out and study it. Basically, that's the best way I
Okay.
can think of it to not be
Yeah, I like that.
magic.
Okay.
It's just a full study of what's in front of me, whether I'm using metallurgy or whatever I can use, or my because I got all kinds of shit. Because
I'll say since you're an
my-
artificer, most magic-based things for flavor purposes in this, a lot of them have scanners, so you could have just a very like rudimentary handmade scanner that you're like running over it.
Yes.
So yeah, as you scan it and like give your readings, you know that it's definitely tied to Reese Crane genetically. And
Oh.
if you had to guess, it would probably have something to do with a personality. Or if you understand how Seraphim and Reese Crane operates.
How much have you told me?
much have I told you?
Yes, me specifically, since I was the one that kind of figure what kind of response I would give you to tell you what this is quickly. I don't know what all I don't remember what all I know about you myself, as Raziel.
You know, I'm this personality from this personality. You know, he's a clone that's looking to fucking, in a weird way, kill himself.
But yes, I fully understand there are multiple clones or multiple personalities. I'm just double checking because I probably would have looked at you and said, "I think this may give you another roommate."
It would either give him another roommate or this
steal
vial.
one.
Honestly, the best way I can think to explain it is this vial would rewrite someone's DNA into something looking like Reese Crane's DNA, no matter who you put it into.
So it might just give you a spare body.
If you don't know what it would do to Seraphim, but like if you were to inject it, it would change your genetic makeup to match Reese Crane's essentially. Like it would make you look like him. You don't know if you
This will
would take on any
transform somebody
features.
into you, possibly, or buff you if you take it.
What I am is I'm supposed to be a genetic copy of Reese Crane. But like I said, something fucked up, and I don't even know what that was. So what this
So
could
you
do
might not
is
have a set DNA, the full set DNA type of his, and this might actually fix it for you.
this might do something. I don't know if it would give me my parts of my skin back. That was after I got out. That I don't know if I want to talk about right now. Oh,
All in good time.
all in good time. I'm sure it'll fucking knock its head towards us. Well, I've had a drink, I've had a meal, I've had a life. He fucking jabs it into his arm.
Oh shit. Okay.
What's going on out there? I'm hearing things about gene material or something.
It's
This
too late.
is as you're
It's
sticking it
already
in,
in
dude. Right.
motion.
The point of
Yeah.
why I'm doing this. What's going on?
That's what he's saying. It's already in motion.
You feel
Oh, dear.
you feel this very thick, viscous liquid almost crawl its way through your body,
Oh,
Seraphim, as
like
you
a peanut
inject
butter
it.
shot. Ah! My brother had to get that.
Like, Jesus Christ.
It's literally called a
It's
peanut butter
all-
shot you get in the army. It sucks.
It's almost like an ooze is moving through the injection site,
Yep.
just crawling its way through your body. I will say,
You didn't have to
You're
describe it
missing
perfectly. You know, it's just what great.
You want a visual to go with it?
No.
Think of nanobots overtaking a machine, and that's probably what he's feeling in his body.
You're making me sound like Travis. Just no.
Nope.
your parts of your body that are missing do slowly grow back.
What the hell?
And then,
All of them?
yeah, they just all kind of slowly start growing back.
Oh shit! You just see Seraphim's eyelid. Oh yeah, his eyes were. You see his eyelids growing back. Seraphim, I should have mentioned he has not blinked once this entire time. He has not slept normally, and
He is the staring contest.
he's literally his eyes have
He
been
carries eye
open this
drops
entire
constantly.
time.
Better not.
He splashes water on his face every so often, but now he's fucking just like, it's like squinting. Oh my god. Oh. I
Those
can't.
muscles you hadn't moved in years, have you?
Oh
for
my
months.
god. I think
Before you can
been a
even
while.
think or say anything, your head begins pounding harder than it's ever hurt. And
Fuck.
I need you to... Have you taken your medicine today?
Oh no, this one's been holding off, trying to keep himself in the body until he learned to fucking just relax. So no medicine today.
All right, hang on. We gotta. This isn't intense enough. I need
Up the music. Give us some bass.
You begin to start, like, convulsing and shaking. As, can you roll your personality die for me twice?
I'm gonna flavor this up the hell and back.
Oh yeah.
Let's see if you recognize who I roll. First, there's the first one. Gosh, I'm holding on. Oh my god. Gosh, Seraphim starts slamming, just punching down on the half track, and you see a dent is starting to be made. And his hand is, you hear his hand a little bit of crunching, but then it's just healing again.
You see that, like, as he's doing this, you see veins popping out all in his head and even in his eyes, and it almost looks like capillaries are bursting his eyes, and there's like blood rushing into them. And
It's fixing itself so fast that I don't have time to react enough to try and cure wounds him.
Stop!
Yeah.
Don't do nothing. Don't do anything.
Oh, yeah.
This started because of a ruin process. Don't. Something that's like fixing it. I don't know. I don't.
so that was your second
That was
personality
first-
too, right?
That was personality too.
Okay, cool.
Here's my second roll. Yeah, fuck. I might need to. This one might need to. I might need to rest. Oh God. Oh my God. Serena, sir. What's going on? What's happening? Fuck.
I approach out of the quiet of the night, silently approaching, and I just kind of walk up and cross my arms as we stand next to the half track and just observe.
What should I do, sir? I need something. Take my mind off this, please.
As you finish that sentence, roll again.
Fuck. What's happening? What did I do? Why am I hurting everywhere? This is new.
Roll again.
I'm gonna pull out my leather glove that covers my metal arm when I wear my dust cover. I'm gonna grab his bottom jaw, the bottom of his jaw, and open his mouth, and then just stick the glove in his mouth. And then I'm gonna hand him my squeeze thing that I use for my grip trainer, and stick it in his hand.
Well, I got something I can do that with. Oh, God, fuck. Everything's. I can't do
Through
that.
it. You don't want me to
That's
fix anything. Try and fix it.
It's spinning too.
You gotta grit through it.
Rosiel, I'm trying. It's hurting. What? You don't know. Have you had your brain physically rewired?
I sat in the middle of a nuclear storm for 10 years.
We'll call it even then.
Oh, that's great.
I've been melted and reformed multiple times. I've looked into my history.
Yeah, I'd say that's it.
So,
I'm
above
the
table,
one here who can understand you.
have you rolled all your personalities?
I have not.
Okay. Have you? How many have you rolled then, out of all of them?
I haven't rolled number 1.
Okay. Then, of the 3 you have rolled, which one slowly starts to fade?
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. It's weighing on me. I have to get... Fuck. And you see, he takes the AMR and fucking throws it in the back of the truck. It's weighing. Serena. Sir Raziel. Maxon. Stone. I haven't been here long, but it's been an honor. And you see he salutes and then just falls on his back.
And as you fall on your back,
Hold on,
there's
before
going
we
to
move
be a
much
second.
further, I'll like
No,
go
yeah.
to throw it. I have to go to my notes because there's a lot of words. I'll put my hand on his shoulder as I'm still like squatted down next to him. I'm sure you're like kind of laid out on the ground, just feeling pain. And I'll put my left arm on your shoulder, and I'll just kind of like, I'm sure you're unable to make eye contact, but I just look into your eyes and just say, "The night is forever. From the infinite night, we rise. The dark molds our lives. Only the strongest survive in the dark."
Would you just give me an initiation?
Actually,
was goodbye.
Seraphim
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
say anything.
Ah.
After you finish that, as you move your hand back, he sits up, but a big shit-eating grin kind of goes across his face, and he just looks around to all of you, and just says, "So the kid did it, huh?" And he just kind of moves his fingers around for a split second, and then just says, "Step closer. Keep him safe for me, okay?" And then you snap back, Seraphim, to your most sane personality. The one that's the most grounded. I'll let you take your choice, but whichever one you feel would be the most grounded right now.
I would like to
the
insight
strongest
check.
presence.
Check on that presence that was
I
taking
would like
over his
to
body.
Yeah.
also
What the
insight
fuck
check,
that
but
may
with
have
a
been.
particular. I have a particular question in mind. Having
What is
seen
that?
some fucked up shit. Is Reese Crane creating a replacement body for himself?
Who are you asking that to?
To myself in my
It's his
head. This
insight
is
check.
an insight check.
Okay, yeah, roll your insight check then.
I will do so. Regular,
And
a disadvantage. What do you think?
How familiar is Serena with, like, genetics and things like that?
Not particularly, only based on my personal experiences, but beyond that,
I'll
not
say
with cloning.
I'll say a disadvantage then.
Okay, I will absolutely take that. Yeah, I
And
only
then
have a
as he's
+1 anyways.
What are you wanting to look for, Raziel?
5 and 6, no way.
Oh.
I suspect, but I don't know for sure. That is certainly what I will take out of that. I have
What you can gather
thoughts.
Damn, I
at the
lost what I
very
was trying to think.
at the very least, Serena, this was some kind of genetic note. Somehow, some way, Reese Crane translated a message through by his DNA.
Jesus.
I'm curious if there's going to be any kind of lingering connection to whatever consciousness just took over that body.
Alright, then roll for that. And with you I will say, since you are not particularly well versed with genetics, cloning, this and that, you're more mechanical. I will also have you roll at disadvantage.
13.
Okay. There is no lingering presence, but you suspect that Seraphim's DNA is a lot closer to Reese Crane's than it was previously.
That little note worries me. If he gets any more of these vials, we might have to hide them. Depending on what we want the outcome, or he wants the outcome to be. And that's about all I say at the time, because
Is there anything Stone or Maxon want to do before we give Seraphim back the wheel?
Not inherently.
Okay.
I'm good.
While he's still blank for just a brief second, I'll look at Raziel. Keep an eye on him.
definitely.
As you come to Seraphim, you feel almost like a sense of tranquility kind of moving through your brain, but also a quietness that's almost sad, like something's missing.
On the ground. You sit in the ground.
What is... What's happening? What's going on? What just happened?
If I had to guess, the syringe that you stabbed into your arm corrected some of your DNA towards what your body was originally supposed to be. So something internal may have shifted.
As well as somehow left you a message through
Yes.
DNA. Like, you also pick up on the fact that Reese was smart enough to know that Seraphim is traveling with a group, knows that the group is formidable, and knew that Seraphim would immediately inject himself with the genetic material, even if he knew what it was. So he is like, the planning that he is doing right now is like, you can tell this guy's smart.
And he waited until after we took the fucking message from the room to drop off the syringe, because he knew we'd be here then.
Well, you don't know if he dropped it off, you just know that it was brought to you now.
Well, like I said, that there was something in the drop box. That's what I was talking about.
I said Dropbox. I meant lockbox. Like someone had left like a lockbox there to keep things safe. He was bringing it to you because you guys had left without getting it. My bad.
Got you.
That's my fault as a DM. I didn't explain it well.
You're good.
Yeah. Are Seraphim's other personalities aware of what's going on, or were they all just pushed away and just not really sure what was going on?
The one that's usually the least, the one that's usually the least aware is the most sane. But now he's just like, yeah, this. He would try to do something like this. I'm starting to see a little bit of it. Nothing's clear. What did I? You said a genetic message? I spoke to you?
Yeah. Something
Different voice, different personality.
That's not a personality. That's just a person. These are because the clones. I'll have to think about it later. Where's my rifle?
You threw it away. It's in the hat.
This cat is determined to wake everyone up. I'm sure you've noticed me getting up and down. He keeps going and sitting against my door and screaming.
Yep.
Seraphim goes to the half track, stumbling a little bit, but he goes to where he threw the AMR, and he grabs it and he's holding it.
You pick it up, but there's no sensation, no switch, no turn. Just a man, alone, holding a rifle, in silence.
He
You know
straps
how
it back
to-
over his shoulder.
You do still know how to operate it, the same as you would with that other personality, but there's no connection. It's just a weapon.
No
gun is a
absolute
gun.
need.
No sense of duty, just a gun in your hand.
It's a weapon. And it's got to be used. I think I'm fine.
I don't know, does not help.
But, I'm gonna have to think real carefully if I'm gonna do that again.
I would appreciate you taking some thought.
I at least look a little bit better. He, like, smudges off the old radioactive blood. And it's not, there's no more pouring out. I don't think I haven't blinked in, like, at least a year.
Well,
I'm just gonna pop a squat right here. He just sits on the ground. This is fine. I'm gonna sit here.
lay in the back of the half track, dude. Get in the chair of the half track. That way you're more relaxed. Hell, take a nap.
I was about to say, there
Wait,
are
we got
water.
rooms, didn't we?
Yeah, you guys have rooms in the bar.
I would have said, Stone wants to go to the bazaar real quick. You go in and get some rest in the rooms inside.
I think I'll do that. I'm pretty sore, believe it or not.
Oh yeah, I believe it.
I'll do that. You guys go have fun shopping. Look out for somebody that might carry bullets. I want to know how much they are. Hopefully, maybe we'll have enough from that big cred stick we were given. I want to make sure I'm prepared. And Seraphim walks off into the rooms.
Okay. As you get to your room, it's just standard, just kind of small shaped room with table and a chair to write at or to use a data pad at, and a bed and a light. The bed is like a hanging vine hammock with what seems to be like a woven plush mattress made out of like jungle growth.
This looks soft. Any face plants and do wherever we can.
All right. All right, so Maxon, you are going to the bazaar, right?
Yes.
Raziel, you are going to the bazaar.
Yes, I was gonna go with Stone.
We know Stone is going to the bazaar. What about Serena?
I'm going to find a shady corner of the bar and sit and watch the entrances and just wait until everyone returns.
Then, if Stone, Maxon, and Raziel will move their pieces to the bazaar, as you walk there, it's gotten late enough now, there's really not any traffic, but there are still quite a few people at the bazaar. As you enter, the first few shops you see are kind of just food stalls, places to get alcohol, other drinks. You do see a tailor, Stone. But you see that some of the other shops are further back that sell more specialized things like supplies and things like that. I will say there is one store in the back that has 2 what look like orbital missiles standing up, and there's a banner hung between them that says guns, but it's spelled Goonz.
Goons.
Yeah,
Goons.
but it's like very far in the back.
Goons? Goons in time.
But there's a tailor, there's places to get food, places to get supplies. There seems to be a little small, like, pop-up shop. They're all over the place. There seems to be one for just about anything.
What do we have in terms of gold again? I don't recall. I don't remember writing
You
it
guys
down.
have a cred stick with, I believe, 10,000 credits from Hammer. And then you guys have the desert worm parts that you brought for barter that I will say is worth about 30,000 credits. So you guys have about 40. I'll say that.
Would it be
I'll bump
easier
up
to say that they, like, not speaking for the whole party, this is for discussion, would it be easier to say that they just took those parts and then exchanged them for currency in some way?
We can say that you guys did that at the gate if you wanted.
That way,
Like,
you
there's
know,
just a-
for ease of narrating a piece of the story and not having to worry about specific parts and all of that.
Yeah, we'll just round up and say that you guys currently have about 50,000 in credits right now.
Hell yes.
Between each other?
I want
The entire
AT4s,
party.
a pile of them.
Alright.
If you don't know what that
So
is,
what
it's the disposal. It's just one rocket, dispose of tube, one rocket, dispose of tube. They're EAT rockets, essentially, is what I will eventually go to look for, but I'm not there.
I'm gonna go to the tailor, I guess.
Okay.
Just for now.
As you, do you all go with him, or do you guys are you guys going to different shops?
I wanna go
Are
look
we sticking
my
together or
weapon.
spreading out?
I didn't hear Robert, he kind of mumbled that.
I said I'm gonna spread out.
Okay. Then where does Maxon
I
go?
probably would have stuck close to Stone just in case.
Okay, so you guys go to the tailor shop, since it's very close. Does Maxon see anywhere specific that he wants to go, or does he want to just kind of browse right now?
What is around besides the tailor? You
There's
said
the
gun
tailor.
shop, but-
The gun shop is in the back of the bazaar. It's a bit of a walk, but here next to the tailor there is a food stall that seems to be a dude selling moonshine. What seems to be just kind of like a general goods trader. And then kind of in between, where it's not too far away, you could still get to it relatively quickly. There seems to be a sign for a mining corporation company.
Might be able to buy some interesting metals there for construction.
Yep, definitely.
Okay. Well, as you are. Hold on, I gotta see this.
What?
You just loved using that thing.
Where
I was actually looking at the ammo that was in guns bullets. Yes, he probably did.
Yes, I
That's
did.
great.
Yes, I fucking did.
He's got a generator that he can just use
I
to
found a
make whatever
generator.
he wants.
Oh my god.
So yeah, he made that just now.
But as you are walking to the mining company, we will cut to Stone and Raziel. As you guys walk in, you see just lines and lines of cobwebs, spider webs, kind of all over the store. And as you get up to the front, there's actually what seems to be a spider person, kind of just stitching, weaving very
Interesting.
quickly with their legs.
Very cool.
That is cool.
Very cool.
Someone,
Yeah,
someone
spider
make
person.
a.
Damn it, I can't
one-
meet the spider person.
Raziel or Maxon, make a perception roll for me.
Or Max.
Maybe he'll give me a
Oh,
discount as a fellow creature.
Want me to make the roll?
Why'd you want Maxon to make the roll? I thought he split.
Oh, not max. Sorry, I meant stone.
Oh,
stone
stone.
or
You do not.
Raziel.
You do not
What's
want
my
me with a plus
perception
3.
mod?
Mine's only a +2.
No, let me see what mine is. My
It's plus
perception.
wisdom, unless you have proficiency with it.
+4 on mine.
I would say go for it, and I'll help him if I can.
Alright.
Yeah.
This time I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
roll using my IRL dice just for funsies. Haven't done it in
Okay.
a minute. Let's see. 20 plus 4. Ooh, my dragon dice. Alright, cool. They're all in the same box, so I don't know which one is which when I open it. Give me 20!
Denied.
9. With modifier. Ishitake.
Would my help be given? Would that have given him advantage on it?
Yeah, roll again.
I actually might have advantage.
That's
on
what I meant. What
perception in
by
my
I was
class,
trying to help him.
actually.
Yeah, roll it. Yeah, roll it again. I was waiting for the. So yeah, roll it one more time.
Me roll it again or him?
You roll it.
I was giving you the help action. You have higher perception than me, which would have given it to you at advantage.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. That's an actual 18, so yeah, that's definitely
+4, so that's 22.
Yep, 22.
This person also appears to be a mutated elf, like Ophidia. They used to be an elf, but they seem to have been forcibly changed into this. As you walk in,
Arachnus Deathicus.
as you approach, he just kind of looks up and says, "Greetings, welcome in. How can I help you this fine evening?"
Oh.
As he says that, his mandibles kind of click as he talks. He has two, like, mandibles.
Stone is pretty much completely unbothered by it, and he tells him, "I have this coat that seems to be in a rather rough condition. Is there something you can do about it?"
He takes it from you, and rather than putting it on the table, he kind of suspends it in the air with the legs coming out of his back, and then takes strands of silk from the ceiling and connects them at different points, and then just suspends it in the air. And he just kind of begins to look over it, clicking his mandibles together, rubbing his hands together as he checks it out. Give me 30 credits and I'll have it done for you in the morning. It's in rough condition, but nothing some silk can't fix.
Really quick above table, what color is the banner of the Resistance? Because I thought I'd let you pick their color thing, even though I made the symbol on this.
The snake is a deep green with red where the wolf is biting it, and the wolf is just a deep gray.
Okay, so I mean like their banner colors, like the colors that they wear, just in general, like the colors associated with. Because the bandits have all the green going on.
We'll say that they wear blue, because
that makes sense.
You would know that they tend to spend a lot of time near the water,
Okay.
and so they kind of use the blue to kind of blend in.
So, I politely ask if I can have the insignia on my shield, which is the insignia of the Resistance, on the jacket, as well as possibly get the jacket dyed blue.
As you show him that particular symbol, he raises an eyebrow and looks at you for a moment, and then nods, and then gives you a small sign that you know is a sign that the Resistance uses to communicate with each other.
Oh.
And he says, "Do not worry about the money. It will be done in the morning." And he takes it and puts it under the table, and he says, "You should be careful, my friend."
I nod and give him the money anyway.
He just smiles and takes it and puts it into the small lockbox where he puts his money. And he just he holds his hands out and he says, "If you wish to peruse any other wares, please let me know."
I nod and I'll take a look around, see what I can find.
As you stop and look around. He just looks over to you, Raziel. Anything I can help you with, my friend?
Well, that would depend on how much damage my jacket may have taken in the fights we've had. If my clothes had taken any damage, I might ask him to do a repair on them or something like that.
Okay.
Aside from that, I'm mostly good on what
I'll
I've
say it's some light work. It would probably cost you like 20 credits, but he's gonna probably charge you like 10 or 5 after his interaction with Stone, and he knows you two are like traveling together.
got. Much appreciated. And this is just like a normal tailor, right?
Yeah, he doesn't do. He does mention that he doesn't do armor, but his associate does armor in this building in the morning. So if you needed anything armor-wise, you would need to come here in the morning during his shift at the bazaar.
Thanks for the information, sir.
Of course. And then after that, we will cut to Maxon. Maxon, make a perception check for me. As you are walking towards
You got it.
the mining corporation sign.
15.
Plus what?
Was
Yeah, what's your perception?
Yeah, stupid.
18.
Yeah.
As you are walking up, you look down. There's, I'll call it an alleyway for ease, but it's where two of like the canopies of the bazaars and markets make this like in-between space. And you see a shady man standing there with a long coat, just kind of leaned up against a post, kind of looking back and forth as you are walking towards the mining company sign.
I think you may want to here.
Do you just keep walking?
I'm gonna keep walking forward, but also like not directly make eye contact with him, but keep him in my peripheral vision.
Okay, I will say as you walk by, he looks up at you and like notices that you walk by, but the minute he notices that you're not interested, he just looks away and just kind of goes back to just leaning and hanging out. As you get closer to the mining company sign, you see there's just a middle-aged half-elf woman. She seems to be just sitting there working some books. She doesn't notice you as you walk up, but she just seems to be writing some logs down.
If I should ask her something or not. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna approach her.
Okay. As you walk up a little closer, she looks up and kind of gives you kind of like a tired customer service smile, and she says, "Hello. I am an associate for the Blue Core Mining Company. I do not have any product to sell at the moment, but we will have some in the morning. If you would like to place an order in advance for us to hold any materials for you, I can, but I would need you to leave the credits here with us or something of collateral." And she just she hands you a sheet of just various materials and a pen to kind of like just mark what you might need and how much you might want.
Now, my question is, do they carry plasma coil?
No, this is like a raw material. Like, this is going to be like chunks of iron ore or ingots or
Okay, so
things
they
of
don't
that
carry
nature.
they don't carry the manufactured parts. They carry the materials to make those.
No,
parts.
yeah, no. This is a raw resource.
From our discussions, you would know that like part of why I wanted to come here was to get materials to help rebuild those specific parts of your ship as well, because I know how they work and I know how to make them work and rebuild them.
Whatever.
And if he can get me the measurements, I can make the parts probably.
Alright.
But yeah, so if you guys could all collaborate and say what he marks, I'll try to because I have a rough price of how much it's going to be.
Maxon would be aware of the list that I have, which is a set amount of steel, a set amount of I originally had silver and gold on there, but we found
Also,
some.
you're still sitting there awake. He can call you.
Exactly. I'm just hanging out. Hang on. Let me go to my.
I needed to look for a material to put on my claws. I forgot about that. I should probably do that too.
Let's see. Off the top of my head, I would say definitely some steel and or stainless steel, some copper, what else is useful? Some tungsten, I guess, a little bit of tungsten to replace what I used.
Tungsten rocks.
Let's see, Hammer said he could make lots of magnets, so I'm not as worried about magnets. Is there a particular limitation to that, or is it just he's just got shit to make magnets laying around?
He has
abundance?
He just has they have a remagnetizer and a demagnetizer, and just with the right materials, he can just make magnets.
Okay.
It will take time,
He's
but
got
he can.
the ability to polarize it one way or the other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
He just has
so
to
I'm not worried
have
about magnets.
basically just whatever kind of material you want to make the magnet out of, he can magnetize it and give it strength, essentially.
You would know that I also want to ask about small list, any plutonium, curium, or californium, which it doesn't matter the specifics, but any particularly neutron heavy sort of materials that are obviously difficult to get a hold of.
Okay.
Knowing it's going to probably be a no from these people at minimum, I'm just asking the question.
As you're looking down the list, Max, and you do see there's steel, copper. They even have a place for tungsten, but they do have a limit on how much you can get tungsten-wise. It seems to be a rarer metal. But the limit is around how much you guys need, but you probably wouldn't be able to get any more than what you absolutely need. There are no radioactive materials on here. That is something you notice. It seems to mainly be metals and stone.
Yeah, expected that. Oh, also, smaller subnote on the needed materials, which I don't think you would find at this place, but more of some kind of chemical place. Something to have a spray-on oxide layer, which is what resists acidic materials like acid rain. Something to spray around the outside of the caravan units in order to make them a little more resilient to the acid rain on a particularly difficult day.
Machines to do that would be very easy to find, because that's something that is being used. That would probably be something in the general or hardware store for traveling.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, that's
That
a
would be
subnote. That'd just be something to pick up on our way by or on our way out. Something to spray on them to resist the acid a bit more. Need less repairs.
As you hand her back the notepad, she kind of looks it over, marks it up a bit, and she says, that will be about 25,000 credits.
That's
all it costs to get all the resources. I'd get it. Yeah.
It is a majority. After this, you guys really just need the radioactive materials and then to make the heavy water, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I'm building I won't lift the sheet too much, but a lot of this is to repair his ship mostly. My stuff, I'm not really. I mean, the only thing I'm doing for my stuff is the fusion reaction. That's literally all I'm building for my stuff so far. That and the ability to, while building Maxton's repair stuff, I'll also be, at the same time, building the same machines, be creating stuff to create tritium, which is the other material that I need, but I can just make that. Because it decays.
Yeah, so you guys, as you give her the money, and you see her take the credits and put them with the order and put them in a lockbox and then lock them up above her head in a large suite of what seem to be numbered orders for tomorrow. And as she turns back, she's just, "Are you staying somewhere particular? We could have a message sent for you when your supplies are ready."
Yeah, we are. Should I go ahead and tell her where it is?
All things considered, I would recommend a pickup.
I was about to say the.
Plus, we're going to be here in the morning anyways. For any other shopping that the two of us.
Say we'll pick it up
not
around
there.
10 or 11. We'll come by about 10 or 11 or something like that. Is what I'd say. That way they don't have a specific location to come find us, because that's a lot of materials that people are going to be looking and go, "Oh, that's a lot." Do we want to go after them for the money they have? Type of thing.
And not to spend
So you guys
half
are
of our
gonna-
resources, but I'm going to be building several machines that will be pretty useful.
Yeah.
Or, in some
I
cases,
need the
toys.
resources then.
You're forgetting some of that was some of those supplies for the caravan too, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, yes, that was also what I had in mind.
Yeah.
And that gives us still half of our resources to get
Yep.
the weapons and ammunition that they want,
yeah.
or anything we need.
I'm going explosive shopping. Not specific explosives,
want
just
some
explosives.
specific ammos as well. I was looking at the ammo chart in the guns, bullets, and bombs.
I'll subnote that with not explosives, but things that can explode. Just
Also got
very
the process
very
weapons.
broad definition. Something that can explode. Anything. Doesn't matter what it is. Yeah, we'll get to that after. When I go there, obviously, because I'm not there.
As you tell her that you will pick it up in the morning, she just nods. We'll see you then. And then, as you step back, she actually pulls the. She kind of looks around, makes sure there's no one else that needs help, and then she pulls the shop closed for the night. Where would Maxon like to go now before we get back to Raziel and Stone?
I'm just gonna go take a look at the clothes shop real quick. Last thing I'll do.
Okay. So, as you're
Meet back up with us before we leave.
as you're
the
walking,
clothes shop.
as you're walking up to the tailor, as you walk past that alley, the man is standing closer. He's not like he's leaning on the post that's closest to the alleyway, and he's just like, "Find everything you needed."
So Maxon kind of just like doesn't look at him immediately, but he kind of just starts to slow down until he comes to a stop, and then he turns around, looks at him, and then he says, "Yeah, sorry if we grabbed anything you were looking for, but we're kind of in a bit of a rush here, so."
Oh, you misunderstand. I'm not here to buy. I am here to sell. And he
No.
just he moves a little bit closer to you, but not like in a threatening way. He just kind of moves a little bit
Don't
closer.
buy
Just
the
says,
watch. I'm telling you right
I
now.
was about to say, does he open up a trench coat with watches and?
Don't buy us. We're fake.
Don't buy us, we're fakes.
And he as he steps a little closer, he's like, "Come on, that place is always out of shit. I know they didn't have everything you needed, right?" What's it to me? I am just, like I said, I am a procurer of items, a barterer. And he pulls out a deck of cards and Oh wow, he actually does a really interesting card trick as he like begins to like spin them around and shit.
That's great.
Oh wow, he actually does something pretty fucking cool. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, he just kind of like he spins them and throws them, and he's kind of just almost juggling them in this strange. It almost looks like a very carnivalistic way. I just seem to know when people need things, and then he catches a card of what seems to just be a human soldier with like a rusty crown on it that just has a K. And he just holds it up to you and he says, "So what is it you need, my dear friend?" And he flicks the card towards you, and it just kind of flutters down to your feet, face up, under your boot.
So should I tell him like what my end goal is, or what our goal altogether is?
I wouldn't tell him any kind of goals, if at all, just a resource, if anything.
Yeah, like I said before, we went dark. We are explaining as little to anyone we're explaining as little to as few people as possible as we can. Ophidia is the exemption because she was trusted by Packard and therefore by me.
So basically, it would be best just to not hint to anything as to what we're doing.
I would just ask about what kind of watches do you have?
So I kind of just like raise an eyebrow a bit and look at them like, okay, amuse me for a bit.
You see, the bazaar here is beautiful, and it does have just about anything a man or woman could desire, but there are certain things that they run out of very quickly, or they don't stock at all. That, my friend, is where I come. For a very modest upcharge, I can provide you things that the bazaar cannot. Such as, and he reaches into his trench coat and he pulls out what seems to be a familiar bag of narcotics that you recognize from the apartment. And
Party starters.
He jingles it in front of you, puts it back in his pocket, seems to pull out some weird dried mushrooms, kind of jangles them around, and then he pulls out a small lead container with what seems to be...
Yeah, I did the same thing. Look at
And as he does, he goes, "Even things that are a little bit too dangerous for the little greenies to get," as he tucks it back into his pocket.
Huh.
He just narrows his eyes. He's like, not my cup of tea.
Interesting.
As you do, he just kind of shrugs. Understandable. A man has his ways, his morals, his duties. He says as he kind of does like a weird kind of like regal salute and kind of puts his fist on his chest. Well then, I guess if there's nothing you need from me, I will depart, he says, kind of hanging his head lowly, and begins to slowly scramble away almost like a wounded animal.
You try to guilt trip us into fucking feeling bad for the drug dealer?
Yeah.
you sicko.
I'm not, he is.
The black market dealer.
He just wants to make some money.
You're lucky Seraphim wasn't there, because that lead line box would have been checked out.
Do you know what's in that lead line box?
No, we don't.
Because I do. I know exactly what's in it.
I don't.
I have a guess.
I don't even have to. It took no time flat. That's why I sat up straight. It was like I know because I know what's in there.
You know, I really thought this was gonna go with.
You know what's supposed to be in there?
Hey, I got your fucking watches. I got your dime bags. I got your fucking cocaine. I got your small lead box of plutonium. Whatever you want.
Yeah.
Whatever you need.
I got
anything
the
you could
dirty
possibly
bomb
want.
material here.
Precisely.
I got shit to make
Precisely.
you dirty, or I got shit to make the local area dirty. What you need?
Oh, this whole area.
That's a good one. That was a good one. I like that one.
All right. Well, I guess Maxon, as you watch him, like as he leaves, do you just make your way back to the tailor?
Yeah, Maxon's kind of just heads back to the tailor, and he doesn't see him, but as he turns, he just rolls his eyes and says under his breath, "The freak."
As you walk back to the
Plutonium, wrong kind
tailor,
of good time.
did Stone or Raziel find anything of interest in the tailor, or did they go to a different shop during this little interaction?
If the gun store is still open, that sells bullets and guns, I probably would have went to check that out.
Ooh, I wonder if I can get a cool mask or something to hide my face. Honestly, though, I don't think Stone would much care about hiding his face, honestly. But he might just like the concept.
I don't know if he would have anything specifically to cover Stone's face, but you could that would probably be something more for like the leather worker, because it would just be a mask made out of like silk right now. So you'd probably want to talk to the armorer for a mask, but if you guys are both heading to the gun store, you will run into Maxon, and you will have to turn back around and head towards the back of the bazaar again. And as you all are walking, you see a familiar alleyway, Maxon, and you see a very familiar character begin to walk out and emerge, but he doesn't talk to you. He goes right to Stone.
Oh.
And
He's throwing that at us hard.
completely fumbles the card trick this time.
Maxon kind of like he sees what's going on. He sees what's going on here, but he doesn't like get involved. He's just like, I'll let the problem solve itself.
I will say he's walking up, shuffling the cards, and he's like, "Gentlemen, do I have a deal for?" And then he looks up and sees Max and he goes, "Oh shit!"
Oh, that's.
And then he cuts back over to
What would his
Raziel
reaction
and
to
Stone.
me be? The blue guy
He just looks you up and down. And he's like,
that looks like a slideboard.
"I don't need to shoot you, do I?"
Does it look like anybody else has? Or has
Yes.
died because they tried?
That's not for me to judge. If you ain't gonna bite me, I won't bite you, my friend. As he begins picking up his cards from the dust. And what about you, my large furry friend?
Depends on what he might have.
And he basically gives you the exact same spiel, pulls out the exact same narcotics, jingles them the exact same way. And then
I will amend what I said a minute ago. A small lead box of plutonium. The wrong kind of good time, but the kind of good time that I need, technically. Just to be clear on what
As
I
he
was
pulls
saying.
out the box, I would have stopped him and said, "Can I look at that for a second? I'll stay right here, hands in sight."
he holds it for a minute and kind of looks at you and ponders. What is
If
a
I would-
small token among friends? And holds it out to you.
I would like to investigate this fucking box to fully find out what's going on.
Roll
Just
investigate.
Whatever you do, don't open it.
This guy says
said
blood in the back of a R.
investigation.
Kelly. I doubt a
I
sleight
know, I'm
of
just
hand would not be
clarifying to everyone there, whatever you do, don't open it, because it will start to decay and then we will lose it.
Once
aware
again,
of that.
thank God Seraphim isn't there, because we know what he does with a box.
He would have opened it and huffed the fucking neutron radiation.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, he
17.
It seems to be a small box containing a small amount of radioactive material.
How much more of this you got?
Do we... quick
I hand it back
passive
to
question to help, I guess maybe tell. We all carry, like, small little,
Geiger counters?
hang on.
Oh yeah, I forgot. There is a name for them.
Technically, I would have felt whatever radiation may or may not be coming off of that anyway, even if it didn't affect me. I would have been
Well, not through the
aware.
lead.
Possibly. Well, not through the lead, but I doubt a Gallagher counter would reach it, clock it through the lead either.
It's
Oh, yeah,
called.
probably.
Icky, ticky, tacky.
Um,
And we're in a radioactive planet, so technically it would always go even just
dosimeter.
a little bit.
Yeah, your dosimeter
The
doesn't go
dosimeter.
off.
But my question would be like, does it like tick? I don't know. In proximity, I don't know. I guess it would need a leakage in order to tick. But
Yeah.
just,
Which would
I'm
do
thinking of ways to assist the description of how he detects what this is.
There is
Does
a
my hand start
small-
glowing blue a little bit brighter on my hand as it touches the box?
You know what? Yeah, that's a good way for.
That would be one way
Hey,
for
there you go.
me
Safely-
to figure it
yeah.
out.
The other thing I was gonna say is just putting the dosimeter
I-
like on the box.
Above
Yeah.
table, I need to step away for 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
Okay.
We'll be here buying watches.
But yeah, as my hand glows blue as I pull it into my hand, because I made a pretty good roll apparently. How much more of this could you get a hold of?
Oh, I can get a hold of a lot, my friend, but getting it to you is a different story. Though I sell it here, it does have to be picked up in a secondary location.
Where would that be? If I'm allowed to ask before the purchase.
Do you have a map, my friend?
Pull them out of. I'm pretty sure I have a map.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
So he says,
Or I have the map or whatever.
he points at the map and just says, "We are here." And my pickups usually happen
This guy's day job.
somewhere here, here, and very rarely here.
Fucking way out of the way.
This guy's day job is being
Where
that
was the first spot?
poster "You are here" thing like
Where's
in a
the first
mall.
spot?
Except he just tells you.
That spot up there? Actually,
this-
that
this-
would be
Not a
really
map.
good to pick it up afterwards because we don't need the power source until later anyway. And we're going in that direction because we're trying to go this direction. So that would actually be perfect to just do an offshoot of the caravan and meet back up with them as they're going across land bridge. That would actually be perfect, so that we're not
Wait, are we
freaking
talking about
carrying
Big Map
plutonium
stuff?
with us.
What are we looking at?
Yes, Big Mac.
Okay.
Big map stuff.
He's saying the pickup spot's over here.
Ah, interesting.
Over here, here, and sometimes here. But that is perfect for us. That way we're not carrying around radioactive waste or plutonium of any kind while we're in a hurry to get to the caravan.
He tells you that that's the reason why, is because they can move it across this radioactive water without being tracked.
So that actually would be perfect to have them do a pickup here in, say, 2 or 3 weeks or whatever, however long it would take us to get over it around there, or with a little bit of a leeway in there. For how
I'm just
much?
happy I got my coat.
Got my coat.
I got my coat. I'm happy.
The amount Serena would have probably told me in my ear, because I definitely would have ticked Serena during this conversation.
Okay, yeah, if you're tapping me,
Because I wouldn't know the exact amount you needed.
the
You
first
haven't
question
told me.
I'll ask you is, what is his price? That's the first thing we need to consider. Price per weight.
Price per
or
weight.
amount.
Oh, I charge just 500 credits for every pound.
How many pounds you need?
Hmm.
500 credits. That's 2 pounds
say-
every 1,000. So
Okay,
that's 20
Let's say 2.
pounds every 10,000. 2
Need 10
pounds?
Two pounds.
Let's say 2. I think would be
So
enough.
That would be 1,000 credits.
It'll make sense later why I don't need very much.
Okay, so someone, they'll get me up to speed.
Will
We're
you
trying to
guys
order
were
plutonium.
from the sketchy drug dealer guy.
I wanna.
For
pull
1,000
my-
credits.
Can I pull you guys to the side for a second? I say as we're kind of just in the middle of the transaction.
Well, if he knows more about the area than I do, I would have said, "What's up?"
So, kind of like, is nobody gonna question this at all? We're just gonna accept a radioactive material from a guy we don't even know.
I mean, it's a rare material.
Considering that's what we're here for, we kind of don't have a choice. And for 1,000 credits, just to see if it actually shows up there, we can probably get more later from a different location. But 1,000 credits isn't bad to try to get it quicker.
I don't like this, but if you guys think this is the only option, then fine.
Well, no, we wouldn't have heard what the person told you about them not carrying plutonium and stuff like that. Any radioactive.
I'm not concerned with whether they have it or not. I'm concerned with how he acquired it.
As you all are talking, he's not getting so close as to eavesdrop on the conversation, but he's trying to get like close and kind of like stand on his tippy toes and look over you guys' shoulders.
I like this guy.
Fucking freakazoid, dude.
I like this guy.
Funny.
Even if his body starts to elongate.
Well, for the moment, since we're in a hurry and we may not have too much time to try and find somebody tomorrow, tonight might be the best chance to find somebody like this that's open to doing this kind of business. Whether he got it legally or not, we may not have a choice at the moment.
And since none of us can sit here and play 20 questions with the guy, this is our only option then.
Well, we don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves, so we don't want to be here for too long.
Right.
Trying to be quick and get going and move on to the next thing we need to do so that it doesn't look like we're lingering here. Us sitting here huddling may not be good for the image at the moment, so we might be quick.
So are you guys going to give him the 1,000 credits?
I say yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And schedule for a pickup at a later date.
It shall be done, my friends. As you give him the credits, he gives you a small handwritten piece of paper that seemed to have radio coordinates on them. And he's like, tune in and listen to the beautiful musings when you're close.
I can do that. And I'll put it in in my bag of holding so it definitely won't fall out of my pocket.
And then as you end the transaction, he says, gentlemen. And he does an okay trick this time.
Good recovery.
And then just kind of shuffles off into the alleyway.
Shall we?
As you walk up to, you can't tell if it's pronounced goons or guns. You see that it does appear to be closed, but there seems to be a small jar filled with assorted bullets that say "Try me."
Alright, that's fucking awesome.
Just for shits and giggles, I grab one that fits into the cylinder of my gun, pop it in there, and I shoot it straight up in the air.
It doesn't go off.
It doesn't go off.
Damn.
It did say try me.
When I pull the bullet back out, can I see a defect that I might be able to slightly tweak and fix?
From what it looks like, it doesn't seem like there's any powder in the bullet.
I knew
Damn
it.
It's
I knew
a
it.
trick. I put the bullet back in the freaking jar. Assholes. I guess I'll see you in the morning.
True to the try me. It only mostly has the things it is supposed to.
And now it's got a fucking bent cap because he still put it in there.
Yep.
As you guys have moved down further into the bazaar, you see a few more shops that are closed. You see what's another general store, a butcher, and what seems to be a salon on the bazaar.
Is the butcher closed?
Yes.
I'm just thinking of some of the meat that we probably have in our pocket that he may or may not have access to from the creatures we've killed.
But now that you guys have been here for a bit, the sun is fully down, and more the stalls seem to be slowly closing. Like, not everything's closed, but
I would have headed back to rest, probably.
okay. It's mainly just like food and drink stuff that's open now. A lot of the vendors seem to be returning to their places of residence.
Domicile.
But,
Ready to head back, fellas? Rest time for tomorrow's escapades.
Yeah.
All right. As you guys,
Go ahead. Go. Sorry.
I was gonna say, as you guys turn to leave, if that is what everyone's going to do, you kind of get about halfway. You get about here on the boardwalk, when all of a sudden you just start hearing these very faint boom, 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 boom. And in the direction of what you guys remember to be the bio facility, you start to see explosions, and you hear what sound like the very far off distance of a battle, which you can only assume to be the Green Cove assault on the facility you guys pointed out. Seems they finally made it there.
Well, it's unlikely anybody's getting any sleep tonight. That's definitely a new noise you don't hear all night long.
Okay. Well, if there's anything that you guys would like to do before we start the next day, speak now or forever hold your peace. Otherwise, we will move on to the next day.
Hawk
That's
Shui.
what comes to mind. Hawk Shui.
All right. As everybody rests, the sounds of battle go on almost all through the night, but they seem to silence around dawn. But we will move on to the next day, as you are all sleeping in the club. Who would like to be the first to wake up and...
I only
something?
sleep for 4 hours. I probably would have already been awake.
Okay.
I wanna
Probably
say
tinkering on the
that-
truck outside.
I want to say that I never sleep, so I'll probably be awake, but we do have to go into like a relaxed state. So
Okay. Well, would you be out there at the truck with Raziel, or would you just be doing your own thing? The bar is operating. There's a few patrons here this early in the morning at daybreak, but they're just kind of having a meal. Just kind of stop by before their shift or something like that. It's a very quiet, calm morning.
I will be at the bar. And does the bar sell things other than alcohol? Do they sell like basic drinks like sweet tea and stuff?
They do have like juice made from like local fruits from the jungle, and like purified. They sell purified water, but it's kind of expensive.
Well, I mean, yeah, that kind of. I mean, I imagine in a world like this, yeah.
But yeah, they have drinks other than alcohol.
So yeah, I'll just be sitting there, having a drink, kind of looking down at what I do.
Okay.
Thinking a lot.
As you're having a drink, is anybody else going to like be in the like bar area? There is an automaton playing the piano right now, but he's still very quiet.
At most, I'll probably pass through on my way out to the half track.
Ophidia, you guys haven't seen her. Even after you guys left your conversation, she was just staring at the picture that you guys gave her of Alex's, just sitting in her office. If there's not anything else specifically, we'll transition out to the half track with Raziel. Is Seraphim going to take his medicine this morning?
Yeah. I'll take the meds.
Yeah.
There's still some of me in there.
Take your meds, do your rolls, pick your personality.
It was the way you. Yeah.
I don't mean it to sound like to feel like, oh, why do you ask? But he's just like, has to think, I still got to take these, don't I?
Yeah, I know.
I know that feeling. Sometimes
I just say that's what caught me funny.
Is he like most people where sometimes you get really anxious and you don't want to take it, so you have to have somebody help you?
Oh, I rolled 2 3s, but that leaves room for the sane personality, so... It's still me.
Okay. You do wake up, even with the medicine, you feel very clear and quiet in the head today. It seems that, like, even after the removal of one, the other personalities just feel exhausted, tired, almost like they had to fight for their place.
About not to be the one.
Everybody had to fucking... Everyone had to go through that. Good. Finally, a normal day. A normal day and I can blink. I might as well have fucking died. Seraphim will head out to the truck where Raziel is.
You catch me looking at the turret and how it's connected to the car.
What are you thinking?
I was wondering if I might be able to make this mobile when we stop tonight. Got the supplies. Possibly turn it into a undercarry. There's a spare battery I can turn rechargeable.
Making it mobile is the easy part, but yeah, making it functional. I could try to help you with that. I still know guns.
But we've still got to go visit the shops.
Yeah, let's keep that thing on there just in case.
That's when I come around the other side of the
tonight.
truck. I need rocket launchers. Several of them, whatever they have. We need ordnance.
I tried to go to the gun shop last night. I'm not sure if they named it goons or guns or what. Spelled funny. But they were closed by the time I got there.
You'll find as
That's where my first steps
society
to go.
collapses and falls apart, so does literacy.
It could also be design choice. But she's probably right, it probably was literacy gone down the fucking shitter. I would also be illiterate if it wasn't directly implanted in my head.
I would have taught you.
You'd have to be a hell of a teacher. Shoot gun. That is my almost prime directive.
So is everybody
I've
at
been
the
here for a
half
while.
track right now?
Yep.
Okay. Are you all going to just drive it down there to the bazaar?
I think it'd be the easiest. Pack it all in and then just leave straight from the bazaar back to the bar to say our brief farewell to Ophidia.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sounds good.
Would Maxon have told us he already set up a shipment for most? Well, no, you talked to us. Or Serena talked to him. Never mind. So Serena would have known about that.
We all had to chip in, so... we
Yeah,
got
so never
found
mind.
out at some point, regardless.
Okay.
To pick up our shipment and drop by any other stores anybody else wanted to, aside along with the gun store.
Okay. Someone roll encounter roll for me. Actually, Someone roll it, but don't tell me what it is yet because something happens before that.
Isn't that the D100?
Yeah, it's a D100.
Oh boy.
So as you were all talking, you hear loud, not loud, but very faint and deep rumbling. Just da-dum, 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 da-dum. It's kind of shaking the ground a little bit. And then it gets a little louder. The ground starts shaking a little bit more. And then you see from this direction a bunch of birds flying from the canopy.
In the south?
Yeah, from the south of from this area, kind of the southwest corner. A giant flocks of birds flying as you just hear da-dum, 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 da-dum.
Is it reminiscent of the wing beats yesterday?
No, it is not. This is not wing beats. This is shaking the
This is
ground with every thump. Yeah.
Is there a ladder on the side of this building to climb to the top?
There's
And
not a
or
ladder, but it does seem scalable with a.
Am I allowed to
acrobatics
have
check.
a flying little bot, or is that restricted to land only?
If it doesn't mention a flying speed, I'm not. It's restricted to land.
I would like to hardcore parkour shit up the side of the building and get up on top to try and get a look at this.
Make a moderate acrobatics roll.
I shall. And that shall be, oops, a 17.
Oh yeah, you make it up the wall, no problem. And once you kind of pull yourself up to the top, you see the tops of the trees in the southwest just shaking as you hear the da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Seems something big is moving through the trees, moving in the direction of, at best, the water, at worst, Green Cove.
Hmm. Having been here before, would I have seen anything like this happen in the time that I spent here?
Not in the time that you've spent here.
Or, I guess the other question would be like rumors of something that would...
What's everybody's reaction around us?
Everybody looks kind of concerned. They look confused, like they don't know what's going on. Some people are wondering, like some people are going, are they still fighting? Are those more bombs? Like everyone just
every time, almost in like a comedic way, just for funny ha-has. Every time you hear another thump, Maxon kind of just looks in another direction, like thump, thump, thump. Like where's that coming from?
now every thump is like, it almost kind of like lightly picks you all up off the ground as it's stomping. Like it's hard to kind of hear what's going on now. The buildings are kind of shaking.
Well, we might want to go get our order immediately before whatever this is reaches us.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna fucking matter now, but yeah, let's pack it in.
Okay, so who, is Serena gonna stay on top of the building and watch, or is she gonna help pack up the half track?
I'm gonna keep an eye until everybody's packed in, and then I'll drop down and drive.
Okay. As you all are packing in, it doesn't take too long. You don't have too much to pack up. Ophidia kind of slithers out to the front of the club and just kind of begins to look around, and she doesn't say anything. She's just watching.
What's the word?
Oh, it's about that time in the decades. And as she says that, you all see a very familiar face as the giant stoneback from before in your travels bursts out of the trees and just jumps into the lake far enough away, like where it's out in the deeper part of the blue water, but just flops into the water.
Like, before I see it jump into the water and, like, feeling, like, the thumps and its proximity, and then, like, a sudden thump and then a large object moving, you just see me, like, reach under, and then the rifle would have, like, flipped around, and then my hand as I'm, like, pointing it out towards the, like, obviously out of range, but just, like, instinctually, and then realizing what it was, feeling a slight fool, and put it back on my back.
But yeah, as it hits the water, it does create a pretty big tidal wave. Nothing crazy, but you do notice that quite a bit of the bazaar is now wet, and the human embassy is also covered in water on one side. I would say that the wave brought water about to here, but it looks like the bazaar is somewhat made for high tide environments, so the water seems to just immediately kind of pool away and drain. As now the stoneback is just kind of swimming out at about, say, 10 miles out from the
How
bazaar.
stressed out did it look as it ran by us?
Oh, it looked like... Have you ever seen those videos of baby elephants going down water slides?
I haven't, but that sounds amazing.
Like, this...
Hilarious.
You just watched a giant kaiju do a cannonball. It doesn't... Like, it's swimming around, blowing water out of its nostrils.
It's
Like,
having
it's...
fun.
Yeah, it's not stressed out at all. You would know,
Okay.
with your experience in the wasteland, it takes a lot to stress a stoneback out.
It does
That's why
this
I was
often.
checking, because if it was stressed enough to do that, then it was bad.
Are you talking to Ophidia,
Yeah.
Serena? Every 30 years or so. Big migration.
Where do they migrate to?
Now that I don't know. I just know that they come here.
Or they come here from other places and then leave. Oh.
And after watching it swim around for a bit, she just she gives you all a nod and just kind of slithers back into the club.
We'll swing by before we leave.
Very good.
And I'll climb in and put her off.
Okay, so what was that encounter roll?
I rolled a 50. Even.
A 50. 50 even.
Or at least a 50 on one and a 0 on the other one.
Be
Unless
50.
that's supposed to... Yeah.
Yeah, that's 50. So, as you all are driving, it seems that the wave that the stoneback caused made the roads very muddy, and there are some people driving carts up that are stuck in the mud in front of you now. So as you're having to like go around people that are like cursing their animals, cursing their carts, cursing their vehicles, cursing the sky.
But we're still mobile. We didn't really slow down too much.
Oh yeah.
I would
You
have
see
chuckled
some
a
people
little bit.
giving you. You see some people giving you dirty looks as you drive around them to get to the bazaar.
Is
Wait,
there
you
one
rolled-
that looks extra stuck?
You rolled 0 on the D10?
I rolled a 50 and a 0.
That would be 60.
Oh, it would be.
Yeah, okay, so the way it works is on the
That's
D10...
why I double checked.
D10 has to be
Is it zero?
1 through
Zero's a
10.
10.
Double zeros has to be 0, or else you can't get 1 through 100.
Okay.
That's why I was double
Well,
checking.
I will do something else that I had planned for later instead because it fits.
Otherwise, the reason being is if you do it the other way, it limits your lowest number, I think is like, what is it, 10 or 11. The lowest number is like 11 and the highest is like, I forget. But yeah, it janks it up in a weird way.
Okay. Well then,
That's why I was checking.
I've made it a point to remember this.
what is Serena
D100
doing?
rolling.
Um,
Oh wow,
Driving.
I just rolled a 100 on this.
Oh my god.
Crazy.
Oh my.
First,
yeah,
first
90,
try.
90 and 0 is 100. I am going to take a leisure aware and morning pace of driving up to the market, and then I will. What's the situation? Do I just drive through the market? Do I park outside of it and then walk into the bazaar? Is it like a
Is there
bazaar
a pickup
bazaar?
zone?
Or is it like
There, you see people parking vehicles here, but you also see certain people driving smaller vehicles up here. With the half track, you would probably have to park it here.
okay?
But as you park it, like as you stop it and put it into position, you see a
See,
silvery
that one
light.
says 10 and 0, and it says 10.
That shouldn't work like that. That's wrong. Wait, Albert, no.
No, that was right.
Mine says 10
No,
and
that
0,
is
and it
right,
says
but
10.
it can't. If you do it like that with actual dice, it doesn't make any sense.
It was the 10
'Cause
and
the
the
lowest
0, that'd
number-
be 10. And then
Right,
it'd
the
be
lowest number
1.
you can get, you can't go lower than 10.
Yeah, you can. You gotta roll the double 0 and the 1 through 9 on
Yeah.
D10.
Trip zeros
Or is it
is
the other
100.
side of the? It might be the other side of the number. Hang on. Now you got me all fucked up.
A double 0 on a D1 on the D100, and then
Oh, here's the
a
problem.
1 through 9 on the D10.
So it goes above 100 if you do it that way. That's what the problem is. You can go up to 110. That's why the 0 on the double zeros has to be 0. Because if the double zeros is 100, then you can get 110. You need the double zeros to be 0 exactly. Otherwise, it fucks it up.
Let me get some double zeros. Okay, so yeah, look, see? 2.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying like double zeros on the D100 has to be 0. Everything else is obvious.
Yeah, then rolled the...
You got me fucked up for a second there. I was like, wait, hang on. Was I wrong all
didn't
along?
have-
All I know is what that says.
I did nothing but explain it.
Why is it counting
Only
the
rolling
D10
the other
0?
one. See?
It ca-
It
it
says
counts it-
trip zeros is 100.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, it counts. Then
Picked it
that,
up too fast for it to... There we go, see?
then it makes it a 0. Yeah.
So why?
I
So it's
understand it.
changing its own rules as it rolls. Anyways, never mind. It doesn't matter.
No, it counts the 0 in the D10 as just a straight 0, and that's when you roll the double, the D100 for the double digits. And then there's no, you don't roll a 0, you only can roll 100.
D10 is 0 to 9, not 1 to 0. 0 is the lowest you can roll on the D10. And then it
As
counts the other one.
As it stands,
I don't
but
know.
on an actual D10, the 0 is 10.
Don't ask me. I'm
They don't-
confused too. Screw it.
No rolling zeros. You roll 1. No rolling zeros.
So, wait. So if it does by that, then it can't go below a 10.
No, it goes below 10. That's what the. It has
Listen,
to-
hang
in
on.
order-
Hang on.
In order for
Listen.
the D100 to work, that's when the double
Listen, I'm gonna
zeros
explain
do
what I'm
count for
talking
0.
about. It did the double 0. This is the last roll where you get the double zeros. This is how it explains itself. Double zeros on the percentile die counts as 100, correct? 0. It counted the 0 on the D10 as a 0, correct?
If you roll that, yes.
Yes. So double zeros it counted as 100. Here's the problem. If you rolled the 0 on the D10, the lowest you can go is 10. You can't go below 10. That's why I'm saying it's broken. It's not rolling correctly. The double zeros always has to be 0. Otherwise it can't work.
But if you roll a 1 on the D10, then that makes it 1.
If you roll a 1 on the D10 and double zeros, because it doesn't go below 10. It goes to 10 up to 90 and then 00, which is 100 by its counting.
The rules of rolling a D100 are fluid, not set. If you, depending on what you roll, will count as a 0, except for.
That's dumb. I like the other way because it's static. It doesn't change.
If you roll two zeros on both, that will not be straight 0. That has to be 100.
I don't like the like flaky rules. That's weird. That doesn't make any sense at all. Because like, by its reckoning, you just change the rule by the moment when you could just count it and have a static number all the time. Instead of having to like figure, okay, which 0 do we count this time? Instead of like saying, well, that one doesn't count, you could just have a static number.
There's a list we can just standardize and use for us.
The only reason I'm like on this is because I specifically looked up the best way to roll a D100 roll and not be confusing. You do the 00 as 0 at all times, and 10 as 10 on the D10 at all times, and you never have to like think about it. It's just instant.
I do it this way because the way Kyle is showing, because it is.
That's how I've always done it. Was the way I've got up here on the screen right now.
I get it confused so many goddamn times. So that's the way I have to finally figure it out.
That was the rule I was using, and that's the rule I know Travis uses because he talks about getting trip zeros all the time when he's trying to get
and that is the
fella
rule that
to fall over.
That is the rule. That's what Owlbear is doing.
Yeah. That's
this is literal nonsense. I have no idea what this is trying to tell me.
Oh,
the double
zero, zero,
the double
and 1 equals
can't read numbers.
Or
that's
zeros.
What is the point? So why change it? If you're changing it each time you get zeros, that just makes it confusing. I don't like this. I don't like that at all. I hate that actually, because it doesn't. Why do you have to change it? Just roll a static number. Because if you do the way I'm talking about, you never have to change. You don't have to think about like, well, one is the other, or this is a different one, and this counts as a different number. You just always have a 0, and you always have a 10, and you never have to really change it. It's like 10 and 10 is just 20, and then like
if I
anything
had my
below that on the
100-sided dice somewhere, that would solve the problem. But unfortunately, these two
right.
little
That's
dice
what
are
I'm
what
saying
we
is
have.
the same thing. That's added rules. That's weird. I don't like it. Hang on, where did I go? Oh fuck, I fucked it up. Wait, maybe God. That's alright, I'll fix it. But yeah, I don't know. Do what you want, but I don't like that ruling because that changes the rules as it goes along, and that is confusing. I don't know why it would have it shifting rather than just like have a static rule set that like is easier. Wait, did I fix it? I think I fixed it. Is it the same though?
Anyway, shall we continue heading to Bazaar?
50 then, not 60.
I don't care one way or the other.
I'll say that as you guys park, Serena, you see a silvery light show up in your heads-up display, kind of blinking, almost in code. It's very familiar. You believe that whatever entity Hammer communes with is trying to reach you again.
I will. Is this happening while I'm driving or like after I've stopped?
It is. It's kind of as you parked, and I will say like maybe even a few people have gotten out of the half track.
I will remain seated and take this missive.
So do you? So you're trying to just do this communications in your helmet?
Yeah, I'll try. I'll keep it in the helmet for now, considering we're in a public space.
Okay. You see the familiar blank,
possibly with
automaton face.
Attach the audio to the intercom between us all. If it's a closed system only. Just a thought.
I was going to say that's up to you. That's up to you, Serena.
Oh, if that's possible, yeah, then I'll do that.
Okay, yeah, you can patch it through if it's like through your comm system. So just you see a a silvery white hologram of the faceless automatons from Hab 3 materialize, and it just says, "Greetings. How are you?"
Rested and well. Is there a burgeoning topic that you're wishing to share with me?
Indeed, I wish to share with you our new rendezvous locations. I have successfully lost our attackers, and in doing so, I have moved myself closer to you in the mountains.
Interesting.
You see the face of the automaton turn its head for a moment and not say anything, and then it turns its focus back to you, and then it says, "It seems Alexander's attempting to infiltrate through the bottom of the Hab unit. I will let him in shortly."
Yes, please do.
If that's the new rendezvous point, where is the Hab right now?
It's in the middle. It's waiting there.
Oh, so this...
Sorry. Yeah, I
is that
meant
there?
to. I meant to move that as
That's
well.
what I
Sorry.
was just double checking. We're good.
But yeah, so it is currently waiting for you all here in the side of the mountains. But after he mentions, he pauses again. You assume he's opening the doors for Alex, and then you see the face change from the faceless automaton to Sergeant Hammer, who has a very large black eye and is seems to be holding an ice pack on his face. How are you lot faring?
Oh, Sergeant.
Well, so far.
We can't see it that. Only Serena can see that.
Oh, if you're patched through, you guys can hear his voice, I'm assuming.
That's why I said, "Oh, Sergeant." Serena saw him. I didn't say anything until he said something.
So, what's the damage like?
They seem to have taken all of our human crew, soldiers, smiths, scribes, everything. He says as he rubs his temples with one hand and adjusts the ice pack to another.
They got everybody?
Everybody but me and Doc Green. She's in a healing stasis right now. He just kind of pauses for a moment and he says, "They burned her very badly."
Where did they take them?
Down the hole in the ground they crawled out of.
Do you have a location?
Is there a chance of recovery?
Which
question.
hole that was on the map that you showed us?
It doesn't matter the chance, we're going to try it anyway.
He just says, "Not one of the big ones. Small ones. Attack squads. Up. Attack the caravan. Took our people. Took out the heavy weapons platform and left.
Okay.
Tried to take me, implant me with a virus," he says as he rubs the place where he has that mechanical input slot. And then he turns and he says, "Acolyte here. Save me. Save the ship."
Is that its name? Acolyte?
I guess I haven't told you its name. People seem to just be so frightened by it, I don't bother.
Considering the group, I don't think you have to worry about that.
But nonetheless, he says, as he takes the ice pack off, We will be waiting here. They don't seem to be attacking us anymore. It seems that Acolyte also installed some of the upgrades with the salvage pieces of the destroyed units. So we were able to repel them. But they are not stable, and I will still require some of those supplies that you have yet to procure. But we do need to get a move on. We need to get away from these. We are in a very dangerous area right now. We need to get back on track and across the land bridge and possibly even detour to Bunker B.
Can we even do that without all of the personnel?
Did they take them all dead or alive? That's the question. That's the big question.
Did they kill them and take the bodies, or did they capture them?
They didn't really care.
So they're
They
dead
just
now.
took them.
They're more than likely
More than
dead by
likely.
now, then.
But yes, with Acolyte, myself, and with you here, he sighs and kind of stops and thinks for a moment. I guess there's no point in keeping it secret, seeing as the people that could get me removed from the military are now dead or in stasis, so I was trying to collapse and combine all of the units into one mobile and modular fortress. Given that one of them was blown to shit, I was able to do that.
So you
Somewhat.
combined Hab 3 with one of the other Habs?
With the two remaining ones.
Both.
That doesn't sound like it would pose a problem, or it shouldn't pose a problem.
Indeed, it
You
should.
said something about stasis. Are there still
Not grain rejuvenation pod.
No.
rejuvenation
The
pod
only-
isn't stasis? That's why I was checking.
Well,
Or did that count as stasis on there?
she's healing in suspended animation. You can't
Oh,
interact
okay.
with her at all. Yeah, she is
Oh,
I was just double checking because of the wording there.
Yeah.
I was just like, wait a minute, that didn't.
Imagine it looked like a healing version of the super mutant pods.
It's
in
a Baka
Fallout.
tank.
Yeah, it's the Bacta.
Yeah, back to tank.
A block. It's a
Shut up.
dummy
It's a
tank.
stupid tank. Stupid tank.
Bikers against child abuse tank. That's what Backa means. If you don't know, just saying.
Oh, I know.
it's
I wasn't saying
Yeah.
Baka.
That
I was
is
saying
that is a
Baka.
Backa. That's a Backa. We talk-
Baka, so like, yeah, stupid in Japanese. So,
Yeah.
either way, it's something. So.
Either way, it's funny. I like
Anyway,
it.
Exactly.
We're talking about Baka.
Oh my god.
had that hit fire ready.
But yeah,
Anyway,
he, myself and Dot Green are the only organics left due to Acolyte protecting me after fighting off the virus, and Dot Green confining herself to the medical bay with some form of corrosive acid filling the room. Some airborne toxin that seemed to corrode the dwarves. They seem to just not want to bother.
Well, in this case, we have materials to pick up and receive, a half-track to pack up, munitions to purchase, and we will be underway by noon. You will be receiving us later tonight. We're going to drive straight through. I hope you're all ready. And I would kind of look around at everybody outside.
Fuck it.
Let's do this.
We'll probably be there by early morning, sometime after midnight tomorrow.
I will be ready to move by then. He says as he's you see now that it seems like he's seems to be looking around and prepping things. Be careful. I don't want to lose any other men on this journey.
Keep a weather eye. And I'll cut communication.
Alright.
Just hop out and start walking, kind of give one of these.
You're a robot.
Transition over to the map.
Oh,
Where is everybody going as you enter the bazaar?
Ooh, market sounds.
I better now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay.
How much money do we got left?
24,000.
Okay.
Plenty for ammo, considering the ammo. Like, the most expensive ammo that you can buy is like 450 gold. And that's the highest power magic bullet rifle ammo for 5 apiece.
Yeah, I ain't gonna worry about that.
And that's just, I'm not worried about that. I got plenty of stuff to make my shit magic bullet already. I was thinking more along the lines of like the hollow point bullets.
About to line the floorboards
Tracer
with
bullet.
fucking ammo.
Possibly explosive shots.
Explosive shots are for like artillery cannons.
He wants a fucking rocket launcher.
I was about to say, like, now that you are all here, you do see the place that they were talking about, guns or goons. It has 2 orbital missiles holding up the sign.
Goons. And a light rocket launcher is 500 gold on this chart in guns, bullets, and bombs.
Well, let's figure out what that equates
That's
to,
4D10.
and to
Credits.
apocalyptic funny money. And
That's
what's
literally-
conversion? It's exactly.
Money.
Yeah,
So 500 creds.
I know what I'm doing in the. Well, let's find the
1,000 for
We'll
medium,
say-
1,500 for a heavy.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That's what the picture the chart says.
Yeah.
He was
I think I'm
wanting
just gonna roll
artillery.
with
one
Cannon
credit is 1
is
gold.
2,000, and it does a 60-10. Cohorn
By the
is
way,
1,800.
never assume based on the
It does
chart.
40-10.
Because it might be
That is
completely
true.
different. I've overcharged you guys for health potions before. Just to
Yeah,
clarify, never assume based
know.
on what it says.
I remember. I fucking remember that. I will
I'm
never
aware.
forget that shit.
I was just saying what this is based off of at the moment. This is for your damn artillery. Shut up.
Alright, so
Where'd
let's
that
not
go?
assume. But let's just how many credits should we grab before we head in there? Because we have 24,000. I have 20 to my name. That's what else do we need other than like we need bullets and we have the materials, or well, the materials have
Ammo,
been purchased.
the materials have already been purchased. We just got to go pick them up. I figured we'd start at the back and head forward.
Let's find that plutonium guy, unless that deal's already been brokered.
Plutonium's
Yeah,
already
you
been
already
taken
done,
care of.
wasn't it?
That's already
Yeah,
paid for. That's why I
already-
said we have 24 instead of 25.
I mean, if you want to find him again, you can try. You can look for him.
He may not show up in the daylight.
For a guy that does a really good card trick, a really bad card trick, and a mediocre card trick, he's gonna be there during the day.
See, what I was more interested in is if anybody wanted any modifications for their weapons.
I did.
Because there's a list of modifications that add damage types, turns it to automatic, turns it to silent so it doesn't reveal your
Do
position.
anything to
That's more time spent here, though. On
was
something
that?
we could do with the hab unit.
Oh no, it's literally like a part, and then I can install it later.
Oh, okay, so
It literally
nothing
says
to
500
natural
gold
weapon.
for like the arcane enchantment or something like that.
Oh fuck! Let me make a shopping list.
Well, I was
Let's just
asking.
If
The
all
only
we
thing
need
I'd
is This is the only thing we need is.
Or would I be able to do that? Would that count, or those modifications count? Something like grab the materials to make it and put it on myself later if somebody wanted one.
Yeah, like Jackson said,
Like
you guys could, if you could try and craft it out on the road, but it might be a little difficult. But,
Well, it'd
you
probably
could
be more
definitely-
towards installing it when I get back to the hab, considering we're only a day away.
So,
yeah.
so he's talking about buying like the parts and then just taking it with us to put it on when we get back, rather than like actually upgrading the
Assembly
weapons now.
required.
Yeah, you could
Assembly
definitely just
required
like,
for later.
yeah, you could just buy the parts.
We're here for the
or
resources.
The only
and
thing
stuff.
I don't have it in front of me because I don't have the bookmark. I'd have to click the link. Which do you have it? So the one I'm thinking of, I don't remember the specific one. Anything that could possibly put my reload. What is that? I'm afraid to click
This
on it
is
because
the
I may fuck up the stream thing.
It's got the different modifications I can put on a weapon.
Well, mine, it's simple. Reload. Not having to reload with my bonus action. Possibly, is there the possibility? Is there one for making it faster, like free action or something?
Repeater gains the automatic function. What is automatic? Let me scroll up to automatic real quick.
Because if I am able to
Automatic
use
firearms rapidly fire multiple pieces of ammunition by using your action and 5 bullets. You can force all creatures in a cone to size creature's first range and makes dexterity save.
Actually,
failure. Nope, that's
I
not
take
it.
that back. I retract that. Ammo capacity, I think.
Oh yeah.
I think would be my concern because I only have I haven't
Oh.
used this pistol yet, but I have 4 shots
You could
per
definitely
charge.
get it.
Yeah.
It's energy based, right?
Yeah. It's
Oh yeah,
like,
and a bigger
I'm treating
battery
it
is
Star Wars
not-
rules. It's like
Yeah.
an energy cell, but I've been having to recharge them here, and charges, we'll say different. So I'm only getting 4 shots out of each cell before
You
I.
could definitely get something
If I
to
got
like
the chance to
jury rig an
inspect
extended
weapon,
mag on it.
I could probably fix one properly to work with it, and it would extend the mag in that way. Make it more efficient with the different technologies.
Yeah, I haven't. So like all the stuff we're collecting, I haven't had access to any of this stuff yet, so I haven't been able to actually properly charge my
yourself.
energy cells like I would normally. So this narratively would work its way out. I think it makes sense as well.
Okay. So
I
are
think
you all
all
going to
ends-
gut? Are we all making our way down to the end of the bazaar to the gun store?
Tagoons!
All right. As as you all make your way to down the bazaar, you all pass a familiar alleyway. Familiar to some, but not to all. Make a perception roll for me.
In
Anybody
case
that wants
it's
to.
important,
I'll do it.
while I'm thinking about it,
You
I
fit.
am in the full dust cover robe thing, so I'm like my armor and stuff's covered head to toe, and I've got the glove back on that he bit through partially on the metal hand.
Gotcha.
So
Just
I'm
an
covered
18.
up.
At just an 18, you see you do see a fella, shifty looking, long coat. He's doing some card tricks for some people, and he's doing pretty good. You see him at the end of the alley doing card tricks to get some spare credits here and there.
I'm stopped next to Raziel. I whisper to him, "Is that the plutonium guy?"
I give a chuckle and say, "Yeah, our local card specialist is our plutonium guy."
Gambit over here.
That's what I was thinking too.
Game it over
Wondering
here.
if one of the cards will blow up if he throws it at us.
In this world, that would totally track.
It would.
Like, the cards are glowing, but it's just the plutonium he carries around. It's not like any powers.
Yeah, there's no leak. What leak?
There's no leak.
You've already
That's
talked.
what he got on his hands when he put it in there. By the way, there's a tube-fed modification that doubles. Reload is doubled, and misfire is increased by 1, so that would turn it into 8. Misfire plus 1. We could just flavor it as a new battery.
We could flavor it as like it tube fed. Like you just have to attach a new like tube mechanism to the battery to adapt it.
I gave you a better power transition.
All right, cool.
Different modulator.
We'll come to
So
that.
but yeah, as you all walk by, he looks at Raziel and Stone and just gives a wink as he's doing the card tricks.
I fucking ignore him completely.
Can I like?
This is a shady back alley dealer
Do I
that
see
I am
everybody's, like-
ignoring during daylight.
Do I see everybody stopping to
Please.
ogle at this strange man?
Oh, I didn't stop. I glanced and kept walking.
I was about to say, he's pretty hard not to miss. And he is saying things as he's doing card tricks.
Does he look familiar?
Just-
Somebody who's been to this town before.
Not to you, sir.
Okay, good.
But you definitely, you see him, you kind of take one glance at him, and you immediately know he's the guy who just sold you plutonium. Like, you don't even, like, have to ask anyone. Like, you see him, at the alley. Yeah, I was about to say, like, you know this is the guy that sells plutonium off the docks.
He the guy, this is the guy. I'm the guy. He's the guy.
So I kind of like look at you guys after I look at him. Oh, so he is still here. Heard about that guy. Anyways.
Anyways.
Okay, well, as you get up to the gun store, you see a very, very old human man and a visibly elderly elven woman bickering. Just, I told you this place isn't gonna make any money. If you will just give me time, I swear. And then, who approaches first?
Seraphim, both doors.
Nah.
I need your best explosives.
As you kick the door open,
I feel like for the door just being kicked open, I feel like we need, hang on, where is it? The fucking...
No!
I don't know if I'm kicking it open. I'm opening like rev up those fryers.
What is this?
Opening
Is
it like
this
that.
one?
You just see we're closed.
Fucking... Wait, is it... Maybe it's this one. I'm trying to play Western music.
That first one was like
anyways.
walking in just like, I need you. I need
better.
your finest artillery.
There you go. Slim music.
silent movie.
Let me spin you a yarn, doll. I need your finest explosives.
Well, you see.
Anyways,
But,
got that off my chest.
As you kick the door open, the elven woman jumps, and but the old man doesn't even turn. You don't think he hears you open the door and yell anything. But, after she just looks and she says, "Welcome to our store," and then she kind of looks over at the man and just kind of hits him in the shoulder, and he just kind of turns and looks, notices you, and his eyes widen. He's like, "Oh, how can I help you?"
We need something that's big and goes boom, preferably from a faraway range. What do
Kyle,
you
close your
got?
screen share, please.
He squints, looks at you, and then looks at the woman.
Thank you.
And then she just she gets a little bit closer and just goes, "They need artillery," really loud.
Oh my god.
And
that's
then
great.
he just goes, "Oh, okay." And just kind of starts grumbling to himself and walks away for a second.
What?
And,
What are they selling?
They're selling chocolates.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I mean, you could contain myself. It was there.
Look, I had to do it, please.
I always hated it.
I feel like we're getting reverse chocolated. This is like, it's like they're selling what? What are they selling?
Mutton, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. It's nice and lean.
As that man stumbles off, the woman rolls her eyes and just kind of goes back to the counter and she says, "If you need me, I can help you with anything while my husband searches through our backstock." And she just kind of starts sorting money, doing random things.
Makes sense.
And there are 2 major racks going down the middle as you first open the door that just have random assorted firearms. There's some bins sitting around that have random attachments, and then most of the ammo is actually behind them. And then there's some bigger weapons hanging from the ceiling.
Bargain bin attachments sound pretty fucking awesome, but I'll check them out. I'm a kid in a candy store right now. I'll look at what bullets, what guns does everybody use here? I need quite a bit.
There seemed to be a pretty good mismatch. You see human light rifles, human kinetic weapons like gunpowder, even rail guns.
I do need some. What bullet? I know my AMR is laser powered, but is there a way I can quickly recharge and reload it? Microfusion cell style?
Yeah, you would just change out the solar core. Or if you were in a pinch, you could feed it hydrogen.
That's an entirely different ammo. I don't know if they said.
Yeah.
You sell hydrogen? No.
I will say, on the shelf, you do see some solar cores. They don't look like they're in the best condition, but you assume that they're secondhand. But they are glowing brightly.
I can reload pretty quickly. And let them fucking sit on the windowsill to charge. How much is a single solar core?
She looks up and walks over to them and kind of looks at them for a second. She says, $300 for the nice ones, $250 for the shit one.
I'll take a. I'm pulling out an AMR. I gotta finish things quick. Give me a nice one and give me a shit one.
Okay.
I'll also need. I'll need a box of low caliber, something for a revolver, and a box of shotgun shells. Standard.
So $550, and then we'll say a box is 30. Or no, we'll say a box is, a box is 30 rounds. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay. Kyle, could you resend me the guns, bombs, and bullets thing so I have it in front of me?
Both, I guess, on and above table. In Urmos, so obviously there are laser-based weapons. We've talked about the radiant weapons that shoot essentially laser bolts and stuff like that. And then you have like my type of thing, which is a bit more on the Star Wars leaning side of like blaster bolts and stuff like that, and lasers and whatnot. In the
Oh, it's in one of the pinned messages.
Yeah, it's the pinned message in the Harvest channel.
All right, I'll find it then. Never mind.
This is a bit more specific question. Are there laser weapons in the same realm as like I'd say like the scythe or like the lasers and the laser weapons in Dune?
Oh, where it's like a constant beam?
Yeah, like constant beam laser. Is there anything that exists like that is just like well, I guess I'll start with the question of, is there anything like that?
It would be more in the realm of mining equipment, but people have definitely modified mining equipment to serve as like some kind of like constant beam rifle type situation.
Because that is precisely the kind of thing that I would love to start cutting some metal automaton dwarves into pieces with. So in that respect, are we talking like, is this the kind of laser thing where it's going to take a lot of power, very bulky, very unwieldable, it's going to like take hours pressure, like pushing laser like into the specific spot to actually make... progress, or is this like high danger level, we're in Dune territory, you don't use this in just any old place, like you use it for specific functions or else everyone will die type thing?
I'm gonna say it's...
Because like,
It would
in
be
the
a
Dune
lot
respect,
like
you know what
a-
I'm talking about, right? Like they only
kind
use
of.
them in very specific situations. If it hits a shield, the person with the shield will die, and you will die. Because the gun will explode. It feeds back through the... Anyways, my point being, like, not that specifically, like, happening. I just mean, like, a dangerous thing in the same realm of thinking, like... And they just go through fucking anything. Like, they're insanely dangerous.
I'll say that it's it would be a very powerful, high concentrated beam weapon,
Okay.
almost like a battery. Like you would have to wear a battery pack with it.
Okay.
It would be like, what are they called in 40k? The like the very very tippy top las guns you can get that can like melt through Space Marine armor.
Miltas.
Melt a gun.
It would. It's
That's a... Melta's
isn't
a bit more
Melta, but-
shotgun-like.
The
Yeah,
plasma gun.
flamethrower.
No, yeah, I can't remember the name, but it's a specific type of las gun that's like battery operated, so it's like insanely powerful. It
I
would be
feel like I
something
know
like
what you're
that.
talking about, but I can't
Yeah, no.
pinpoint it.
It would be like that, but it would have the destructive potential around a Melta probably.
Oh, okay.
Very
Interesting.
heavy anti-tank, but also very like
Boys, above table at least, I think we're about to build a Melta.
Is it the Neo-Volkite ones?
I
Neo
was thinking
Volkite?
too.
yeah, Volkite.
That's crazy.
It's
There
the
it
one
is,
used
okay.
by the it's the one used by like the best guardsmen you can get in the game.
Wait. Quick question actually. Would my coat be done at the tailor by now?
Oh yeah, it would be
Well, he
done.
said by morning.
Yeah, I should probably go pick that up.
I figure this is probably the only place that we're actually gonna like stop and talk, unless people have other places they want to go. That's the only reason I like.
Yeah.
I would say everything, and we pick up everything else. For my part,
There
at
an
least on the way
armor as
out.
Well, maybe I can like get the. might be able to armor the.
Well,
Oh yeah, the armor thing. But
armor
that
was
takes
going to
work.
be there that day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Well,
armor is
actually,
who you
wait.
pick the code up from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay then.
Keep
He's
in
the
mind though,
daytime guy.
doing armor things, will probably be purchasing armor itself, or probably
Hell, you
likely
could
to
just
get
get
any
the
work
leather.
done.
Maybe not. Maybe perhaps not, because downside is that I have on-armored stuff in my class that I
Oh
probably.
yeah,
I was about to say, yeah, if
don't
you-
fuck with that.
If you just want a mask,
Yeah, I
if you can get the leather, I can probably fashion it into a mask, or one of the people on on the ship can do it.
Ooh, see, I like that idea.
Give me a
That way
month and
you
I'll get
can
you off planet to a place that's got some
specialize it.
fucking crazy ass armor.
Oh yeah.
I'm kidding, they won't give you any. They would, they won't. Anyways,
Hey,
sorry.
why
No, you're all good. After
yeah.
a moment of browsing, as I tally up about how much Colton's bullets are,
Yeah, I've got my personal order of a box of shells and rounds with two solar ones. I can fix up the bad one, but the good one will be ready for use.
so it'll be 1 credit for 40 pistol bullets, and then, or wait, hold on. No, it'll be 2 credits for 30. I bet I misread it. And then and then it's 1 gold piece for 20 shotgun rounds. So 1
So-
credit for 20 shotgun rounds.
So 1 for 30, 1 for 20. Goddamn, so far red.
So basically, with your 20 creds to your name, you resupply.
Well, I could get my own bolt.
Using
I
like
could-
2 or 3.
But for the solar
this-
things, yeah, I needed
Solar
the
thing will be the company
Needed-
money.
yeah, I needed
'Cause
the
it's
company
5
card for the for the cool stuff.
It's 550 for the solar batteries.
Yeah.
I've got that in the calculator, so it was 2 credits for the fucking pistol bullets, and how many for the shotgun shells for 20?
2 credits for 20.
Oh, did he do a revolver or pistol bullets?
Revolver.
I changed
yeah.
it to a revolver. I adjusted the price. I misread it.
Well, I was
So
just
you-
double checking because he said revolver once and pistol in the same sentence, and I was confused a while ago.
Did I say revolver and pistol? I probably said low caliber bullets, kind of like pistols.
Oh yeah, you're all. I knew what you meant. But yeah,
That's my
after a
personal-
while, is there anything else that anyone wants to purchase right now?
I will be
Like
asking
immediately.
about ordnance and
take a look
rockets
around.
unless that was already said and I missed it.
I haven't
yeah,
gotten
that's
to
where
that
the,
one. He
uh,
was stepping
Is that
out.
where
where
the
the
old man
old
went?
man
Okay.
is.
I
Yeah, the old man took off for that.
Yeah,
I thought
but
I
yeah,
heard something about it, but I wasn't sure.
No, that was the first. That was
I
the
was
first
thinking.
thing.
I
Sheriff
wanna
did
get-
was get that shit ready. I want to look at the. You know what? You go for it. You go, Kyle. What are you gonna say?
I want to get a couple sets of tracer rounds. For
Tracer
one.
rounds?
Yes.
What for?
Tracer rounds. Infused with pyrotechnics, these rounds leave traces of smoke and light behind them, giving the user a bonus to hit equal to their proficiency modifier on their next attack against the same creature. So,
2
I would
credits
like
for
to get-
6.
yeah.
Mechanically, I like it. IRL, I don't.
Oh wait,
It's
no.
not what they do, but I like it. I'm not gonna argue with the
It's-
mechanics.
5 gold. It's 5 credits for 10. I misread where it was. Well,
For the
it's,
rifle
well,
one?
actually,
Well, it's got different ones for each side of ammo. You've
yeah,
got
for
pistol
rifle
size,
it's 5.
revolver, but I wasn't sure if mine counted as a revolver or a rifle or as a rifle because it's going to be a bigger size.
I think
Because
yours
I've got
Yours-
a
counts for
yours-
the
yeah.
rifle.
Yeah, yours
Rifles,
has
okay.
the
I just
large
checked.
rifle cylinder.
Then it's 5 for 10.
How many bullets you buying?
Well, for the tracer, just 10 will work because I probably won't use those too often.
Alright, 5 creds for that then.
I'm adding it to the list. Don't worry, I've got a calculator going.
You're doing the calculator. So 5 tracer rounds. I was thinking of the possibly getting some hollow points is what I was thinking about. But those are a bit more expensive for rifle rounds. Silver bullets are about the same. I probably would have led into seeing what kind of artillery ammo we could get for our stuff.
Around that time, the old man just kind of shuffles back up, says something to his wife, and then she looks out to you and she says, "We got a couple launchers, and we got 50 light missiles, 20 mediums, 10 heavies, and we have a surplus of ammo right now. That's why it's so cheap."
Well, Serena, you're the one who wanted the BFG. You pick your poison.
Well, the BFG would be Raziel's. I almost called you Revian. Raziel's project. The rocket launcher, however. Yes. How much? Again, above and below table. How much are the rockets exactly?
The light rocket is 500. The medium rocket is 1,000, and the heavy rocket is 1,500. And I will say that
Are we talking about the bulk? Is that much?
That's the actual rocket launcher itself, not the ammo.
Yeah,
oh,
that is-
okay.
That's just the launcher, not
and then
the ammo.
The ammo. Let me find the ammo.
Artillery ammo starts at 10 gold for 5. Explosive is 50 gold for 1. Magic is 10, 50, or 150 for 1. Poison shots 15 gold. Shrapnel is 25, and smoke is 2.
Seraphim's definitely going to be the fucking devil on Serena's shoulder, just like right next to her, just still kind of whispering, just you might as well get the heavy.
What more stuff do we need?
He's doing like the
you-
explosion hand gesture.
Exactly.
I
Maximum
will
prejudice
say-
against things that are metal.
The heavy missile launcher I'm adding this in, requires 2 people to use. 1 person to fire and 1 to reload.
Assisted fire.
Fuck yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, you have to have someone assisting it while firing it, but it is very devastating.
And how much was the medium?
yes.
The middle?
1,000.
Yeah, it's 1,000.
I'm
for
looking
the
at it right
medium.
now.
1,000 for the
60, 10.
medium. 1,000 for the medium and 1,500 for the heavy.
Yep.
We got
He's trying to decide
24K.
whether he wants or both.
Why not both?
I'm
Why
thinking
And they
both.
do.
Because I want one for me to be able to carry with me.
You'd get the
I
light one,
wouldn't-
then it would be your guess. If they've got a light one.
I'd say get a heavy. I'm sure I can have somebody assist me. One of
Heavy and a-
Raziel's robots
heavy
could
and a
assist
light?
me. We could assist me. I could if
Either
I
that
could hold
or
I could do
either
a
that,
heavy.
either that or me or Stone because like we got the strength to lift it.
Well,
Yeah, they have the.
Stone's gonna have possibly something fun to carry
Stone will
around.
be preoccupied.
if my idea works tonight.
I'd say a heavy and a light. Do
Okay.
we all agree?
Yep.
Sounds good to me. Somebody will use
All right.
these.
Sounds
That's
good.
a-
And
That's
as
2K.
yeah, so if you will add that to your total, and she says that there is 1 free missile included with each. It comes loaded. Every gun from here comes loaded with 1 piece of ammunition free.
Okay. Cool.
Are you keeping track of the ammo, Jackson? Or do you are in the weapons, or do I need to make a list?
We got a.
If you're tracking cost, I will inventory. Since I inventoried the metals already, I will inventory the weapons. So we are doing. Do we want me to keep track of, like, the personal stuff as well, or just these rockets and like other?
I would keep track of the rockets and the extra ammo and stuff like that. If somebody's getting personal ammo, I think they should keep track of it.
So light rocket launcher and heavy rocket launcher. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
1 for you, 1 for group use.
I'll add my bullets to my count.
And then you will have 1 free light rocket and 1 free heavy rocket.
Buy one,
Any
get one
more you'll
free.
have to buy.
Okay, and I will put the.
How many rockets are we getting?
Talk about a doorbuster, am I right?
Artillery shots for every 5 is 10 gold. Explosive is 50 gold apiece, but it does an extra 2d8 damage to every creature within 10 feet of the explosive location.
It's how much more?
If
And
you
I-
want. Huh?
It's how much more you said?
50 gold for 1 explosive shot.
Okay. Are those
500
what-
gold
what's
would
av-
get us 10.
What's available? Because that's if they even have those. So do they have?
They do have explosive, but the extra damage is the high explosive ones they do all radiant. They are miniature nuclear bombs.
Oh.
Whoa.
So instead of fire, it does radiant.
Yeah, it would
Once
do
again,
radiant all the
Seraphim
way.
right next to Serena. Explosives
That's
gotta
insane.
explode, don't they?
And,
Let's just opt for the best they got.
Yeah, so the high explosive ones will do all radiant damage, but the normal ones will just do your standard fire.
Let's do 4 if they have them of the big booms.
So
And how many do we think of the rest?
And are those going to be for the light or the heavy? Or, well, I
I
guess.
think the big ones are for the big boom for the heavy,
Okay,
and then
yeah.
the rest of the ammunition for the heavy rocket launcher and the light one as well. Everything else for both will be just the regular,
Okay, cool.
but like
I just
4
wanna
of the
make sure.
big ones for the heavy launcher.
So that'd be 50 credits each, so 200. Okay.
So 4 HE rockets, and whatever else we buy.
Write that
So
down.
I would say, I mean, 10 each would be a good bet, but it's unless we want to like That's without accounting for like what might come in the future, and if we're gonna be at some point sitting up on the top of the now newly combined mega fortress and just launching rocket after rocket at something. So would it be safer to say, what would it be for Mr.
By the way,
Math
they have
over there?
shrapnel shots. What?
Interesting. Mr. Math, what would it math up to be if we did like, assuming we have the space, because I don't know if we technically do or not with the metals and stuff we're about to pick up.
That's why I said line the floorboards.
What if we did I'm 30 to 50 on the light, and then like, I don't know, 20 on the heavy. Those are going to be even bigger, I imagine.
So 20.
That would
we
depend
have
on
to
how
consider
infinite
space as well.
Are we
my
talking
bag
regular?
is.
Are we talking regular ones?
Oh,
or
yeah,
are we-
that's right.
I have
I'm
a
talking
bag of
about the
holding.
regular ones for these.
Okay. So you said 30 to 50 for the light and 20 for the heavy. So that would
Yeah.
I
be
think is
a total of
500
50 to
pounds?
50 to 70 missiles.
Yeah. I don't know what
So-
we're going to encounter, and I want to have... I'm treating the dwarves in this situation that may or may not be directly after us in the same manner that I treat bugs and helldivers. Maximum prejudice.
I don't know what they would weigh individually. It doesn't give me a weight for the.
I'll say for the lights, I'll say the lights are 10 pounds and the heavies are
You go by the order of their
25
increase in
to
size.
30.
Yeah, I was going to say 30. So those are 10, and then you
Yeah.
get 20 in the middle and 30 at the top.
Yeah, so 10 pounds for each light one and then 30 for each heavy.
So, what kind of bag of holding? Are we talking about the infinite bag of holding, or are we talking about like a set weight?
I've got just a bag of holding from my
So just
infusions.
an open void to hold virtually anything we can imagine.
50 to
Those
70
things are so
missiles
scary.
would come- 50 to 70 missiles would come out to 500 to 700
Well,
credits.
when I click on the bag of holding, it says it holds up to 500 pounds, not exceeding a volume of 64 cubic feet. The bag itself weighs 15 pounds, regardless of its content. And yeah,
Oh boy. Okay, so we should probably go by weight, because trying to calculate the space is going to be like, that's going to be like trying to do algebra while playing checkers. There's no point. So we should just do it by
Well,
weight
if
so that
the
we don't
light
unfun
ones-
this.
So
so
it's
there-
10 pounds for 5 missiles?
So hang on. So there's
if it's 10 pounds per missile, or is it per
Yeah.
group of 5?
I think you said individual, didn't you?
Yeah, because these aren't just like RPG shots. These are like fully assembled, fully enclosed small missiles.
10 pounds
So-
apiece.
We have to consider before that how
That'd be
much
500
weight
to 700
already
pounds.
is in the bag. Because we've got all of our equipment that we took out of the half track, anything that he is carrying, and anything else that we've thrown at him, your notes and stuff from that room, all the things that we gathered from that. As well as whatever else Raziel is carrying on his person that he's put in that bag. So there's a starting weight that we have to assume. And then
I probably had about 50 to 60 pounds of weight of my stuff on there myself.
and you said it's
This
six,
is extra tinkering stuff.
50
was
to
the max?
70 missiles. 50 to 70 missiles would be 500 to 700 pounds. I think the bag of.
Yeah, there's
bag
no
holds
way in hell
500.
the bag would hold. Yeah, no.
well, hang on. It doesn't have to hold all of them. That was really sorry, I didn't mean to
doesn't
peek
have
there. It won't. It doesn't have to hold all of them. Just most.
Enough.
Right.
And how many light ones were you wanting?
30 to 50. So if we need to go lower so that it can fit within reason, I'm game. That's why I said 30 to 50. Because
30
I
of
don't
them
know,
is
considering
300
the space.
pounds.
30 would be 300 pounds.
30 is
And
300 pounds.
20 heavies would
And
be
the
how
other
much?
ones,
200?
20 heavies.
Oh, wait, no. I didn't
So
know.
200.
it'd be
So
500.
200 on the light would be 500. So that's 700 total. So
I didn't hear the heavy.
200,
It
25
was 30
pounds.
pounds.
I thought it was 25, and then 35 for the bigger one.
No, yeah, go
So-
with 25.
What's the new number? So it'd be.
It's 25.
No, I meant the total.
Oh.
500 pounds.
500 pounds. So it's 700
For
pounds.
20.
So
It's 800 pounds.
there are
800
less of
to-
the heavies. Take out
800 to
10.
1,000 pounds.
Take out 10 heavies to just be loaded directly into the truck, which is fucking dangerous, but it's what we're here for.
That gets it down to 250.
I will say this. You
So-
could also ask if they could float them down the river and you guys could pick them up. They may offer that service as well. There's a lot of places you notice that offer that.
That's true.
And it might be closer to the place, and we might be able to pick up the heavier ammunition there.
So, what if we
Since they-
do? Wait, what would? Here's a more in the bag, but still some out with 15 of the heavies. That'd be what? 400?
375.
375? 375 is 575. So that's 575, which leaves. How much weight did you say? 60 pounds?
I've got about 60 pounds probably in there of my personal stuff already.
So.
That's not
25.
including the guns we threw in.
So, yeah, we're getting really specific, but 14 heavies in the bag, all of the lights, and then you have 6 heavies that we just kind of put in the truck. This is up for voting and discussion. I'm not deciding this. I'm stating what would be ideal to allow him to keep his stuff in
heavies
it.
is 350 pounds. And
Which
you
would
said
leave you 50 pounds.
how many?
Well, you need
And if
more.
I add my 60 pounds onto that, that'd be 410. So we'd have 90 pounds left for 9 light rockets. And that's not even including the guns that I've probably thrown in there from the half track, not wanting to get stolen.
Wait, did you say 450 total? Is that what you said? Like both combined? Light and
Just
heavy.
with the heavies and my personal equipment is 410 pounds. The 14 heavies is 350 pounds plus the 60 pounds I personally have in there.
What's it at? What'd you say, 410?
410, and then you've got room for 9 light ones, but that's not including the weapons that we probably took out of the half track.
What if instead we did look at that floating down the river service so we don't have
And
to
then
worry
take 5
about
of each.
And then we can just do whatever we want with the weight. Hell, we could get more missiles. if
Another
we want.
thought.
We could get
Float.
the 50 light and 20 heavy.
So we buy all the lights, take those with us, float half of that quantity of the heavies for later. Take 10 now. Or even less than that.
Why not
And
float
just-
all the heavies? If they're gonna be floating, it, might as well float all of it.
Oh
If we
shit,
take
yeah,
the
because
5
we have to
heavies,
consider
it's
the
125 pounds.
we have 4 HEs to consider as well. I just remembered. So yeah, probably float all of the heavy. I think I agree with Colton. Because we have 4 HEs that we're gonna want to bring with us now, or at least 2 of them. I would say. Pick up the rest later, and then keep all of the light rockets so that we have something we can just kind of load and shoot, load and shoot.
Wow. So about 4 or 5 heavies, and then 20 lights.
It works for me.
Bring with us now.
Because that's 200 plus 150. So that's 325 just with rockets.
How much do the HE ones weigh though? That's the last consideration.
True.
I'll say that since they are heavy and they are very, very high yield, I'll say they weigh 40 for the added heft of the high explosion.
So float 2. Take
Float
2.
2, keep 2.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's good with me.
As you plan this out and She asks where along the water you would like these to be delivered. And she seems to just kind of offer this entire coast.
How many heavy rockets of the regular ones did we say? You said 4 or 5 or whatever? Or how many did you say? I don't remember.
The heavy ones, the regular heavy ones that we're taking?
Yeah, are we taking any? I don't know if you said we were or
Did
not.
you want to take any of the regular ones, or did you want to take just the HE ones? Or do you want to take half and half?
It's up to your
'Cause we can take,
weight
like, 2 and
capacity. 2?
Well, how many are we at right now? We got the 40 weight ones for the HE ones. You were taking 2 of those, right?
2 of those right now.
That's 80 pounds. The light rockets, we were going to take 20, so that's 200 pounds added on top of that, so that's 280.
280.
And the regular ones,
25 each. Take about 4. That's 100 pounds. So 380.
Perfect.
that'd get me up to 380. Yeah.
Alright. 22 and 4. Got it.
Okay. All right. So add that to your pack. We float the rest. How many are we buying? So,
I'd say keep with the original totals, but we just float the rest of them. So 30 more light rockets and what would that be? 16 heavies and 2 HEs.
Okay, so that would be. Let me do the math on that. It was.
Please do the math on that and submit it to your DM when it is finished. So that he knows how many high-yield explosives to float down the river.
Do we want any grenades?
Do they all cost the same? Or not the explosives, but the regular, just the regular and heavy missiles? Do they cost the same?
The fuck was that? Oh.
It doesn't say different. It just says artillery shot 10 gold equals 5. It doesn't say.
Yeah, I'll say they shoot the same type of missile generically, just for
one's heavier.
Yeah.
So that would be okay.
One holds more accelerant.
And then we get it. We're getting explosive ones. They're 50. That's 200. Okay, so
I would possibly like to grab like a couple of landmines sent down the river with the HE rockets. That way, if we end up getting in a chase later on and we've got them in the car, we could throw them behind us and blow them the hell up.
Anti-personnel or anti-tank? She says, just as she's like tallying everything up.
I'd say
the
probably
anti-personnel. Oh, me and Reziel just looked at each other. What are we blowing up with the landmine? We're blowing a robot.
Did you see those fucking worms?
Okay,
what
so
else
maybe
is on the ground?
I was thinking about.
Raise.
I was
those
thinking
pits
about the
out of the ground. I want something explosive.
I was thinking about the metal men. That is my bad. Maybe we need both then. Why not?
By the way, they're 10 gold apiece. Landmines.
I'll say that those are anti-personnel, and I'll charge 20 for anti-tank.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, so how many are we getting of both?
I'd say 10 anti-personnel.
Which is 10.
And yeah,
That's
which is
100.
100 gold.
100
And I'd say 10 anti-tank, which will be 200. There's also flashbang grenades, regular grenades, smoke grenades, tanglefoot grenades.
Yes, that's additional 300. Do you want to write those down? The landmines.
You need just a second. I think Lizzie needed me for a second ago, and I completely fucking forgot because I was talking.
As you guys are shopping, I kind of look around. I'm like, hey,
Checklist.
do you guys have plasma weapons on this planet? I don't actually know.
The old man just goes, "What?"
On this planet, do you have plasma weapons?
The The elven woman just kind of looks at you and just kind of holds her hand up and shakes her head and just like leans down to him and just goes, "Plasma weapons," really close to his ear, and he points over to one of the racks. He says, "Might have a few over there."
I'll go inspect the troops over there.
You
I didn't know those
see
existed
that
here.
there seem to be two plasma-based rifles. They are completely made of wood and have what seem to be organic sacs that make some kind of bioplasma. They're elven weapons.
Interesting.
They seem to be semi-living plant weapons that make some kind of corrosive plasma.
The weapons are alive.
In the same sense that a tree or a flower is alive.
It knows.
I'll like pick one up and kind of inspect it for a moment. How does one upkeep this?
Well, when you say living gun, I just think, let's do it.
How does one upkeep a living weapon?
She looks up from her thing, kind of looks over at it, and nudges her husband. And he says, "Give it some water. Feed it some biodegradable material. Put it out in the sun. Make sure it doesn't get sick."
Interesting.
Almost no different from a solar gun, except the feeding part.
I'll like check sights and just kind of say, and this will melt straight through, I don't know, dwarven metal.
You know, as you hold it up, you notice it doesn't have sights until you lift it up to your eye, and then a strange, like, plant fiber material flips up into like a gun
that's
sight
so cool.
as you lift it up.
Love that so much.
That is a really cool description.
The woman raises an eyebrow, and the old man doesn't hear you, and she just says, "Should melt through any metal you need to. That's what they're made
Good.
for."
Add it to the pile. I want one.
Okay, that will count as a rifle.
Plasma.
Or there were two. I'll say one was a normal rifle, and one was a carbine rifle.
Hang on, I'm
So it's
opening
whichever
it.
you prefer.
I shall look in one
I think we're
moment. When it loads.
When it loads.
Any day now. It's doing a thing. It's doing that. Whatever that is. Page unresponsive. Well, it better respond. I'll show you unresponsive. When I beat this web page into a coma. See, that worked. It popped up when I said that. when you threaten it severely, it understands. Okay, we said a rifle or a carbine rifle?
Yep.
Alrighty then, let's see. So we got 8320 and 100 to 400. Misfire 2 versus 3, reload 10 and reload 10, two-handed and two-handed.
And it would do.
They both do a D10.
It would do a D10 and then an additional D6 of acid damage.
Ooh. I'm gonna say rifle. I want that
All right.
range, I think.
So that will be 15 credits added to the pile.
That gun's only 15 credits?
I think so.
You gotta think in terms
Sure.
of gold as well, though.
We're buying a
Translating it to
heavy
gold.
rocket launcher for 1,500.
You know what? Make it 150 credits then.
Hell yeah.
So
I'll
sorry.
tack a
Better.
0 on the end.
Better.
It makes
Well,
more sense.
considering the uniqueness of it, I would have said it was going to be more than the regular base one anyway.
Yeah.
And
It makes-
considering how it's a living weapon.
It makes more sense. Float 10 of those. I am writing all this down now. I wrote the fucking wrong number here, damn it.
I'm right at all. Damn, it's the wrong one.
I was.
That is everything.
Wait. I want to look at the.
Yeah, no worries.
The I gotta
list.
look at the bin of attachments.
The bargain bin?
Yeah. I asked you what kind of attachments you'd want to buy so I can put them on later.
If need be, I can also put on my own attachments. Let me see what they have, 'cause I'm very curious.
Also, did we want to look into an LM or SMG? Jackson?
Oh yeah, an HMG, huh? I forgot about that.
HMG or LMG?
I don't know how much how much money did we have left over? 24?
So far, we've only
What
spent
is-
like not that, nowhere near that.
What have we added up to?
Well, let me make sure my math
'Cause
is
if we-
right and writing down it on the calculator. So
If we're careful, we can put this place back in business and save our fucking caravan.
Both. They'll have to retire just so they can get, or just close down
Support
just so they
your
can go
local
get more
businesses.
stock. I'm gonna buy
I
them
will
out of
say,
house.
as you guys have been shopping, you've noticed the woman that's been helping you has gotten cheerier and cheerier with every
That
purchase.
smile
Attitude
is
just keeps
slowly
coming
going
up and
from
up and up.
here to just like it's about to start touching eyeballs. We're about to get into some
And,
freaky stuff.
The old man, he has no idea what he's doing unless his wife nudges him and tells him to say something.
Well, and you can't hear that crossword is mighty important. Takes priority. Well, I have all of what I want. As a player above table, I would like for someone to pick up an HMG with possibly armor piercing, specifically for the purpose of shooting those armor piercing rounds. But that one I'll say, because we've gotten everything else, that one's up to like if anybody actually wants to take that. And like possibly use it as well. Because they could like the rockets, but slightly less explosive could be quite useful against them.
getting two different numbers here. I'm 50 off from something. I don't know what.
Did you add my plasma thing in there?
I did.
150.
Are you guys wanting a stationary heavy machine gun or one you can carry?
Preferably portable.
Either's
I would
fine.
assume.
I'm just curious.
I'd honestly, it's preference based on discussion. Whatever we think, because the only thought I've had about the HMG was just simply getting one. I don't actually of course the armor piercing, but beyond that, I haven't entirely thought about that one.
Then why not portable with a stand that can like attach to if I like pulled it out, or somebody pulled it out on the half track through a hole, it could like stick to it, and
Hell yeah.
but also be portable.
We'll say that the gun itself would be. Do they have stats for that, or do I need to make some up?
That is a good question.
They have a Gatling gun.
Yes, they have Gatling. Oh yeah,
The other
like
one, the other book might have an HMG.
it might.
That might.
Give me just a
Modern
second.
handbook. This is the one that
I'm
Mike
clicking
and
over.
these are from.
Load page. Let's lettuce C. Lettuce.
Vegetables.
That
Lettuce.
is armor. Let's see. Submachine gun, shotgun, rifle, pistol, machine pistol, light machine gun. Anything else closer to that? Okay, light machine gun. Now we're talking HMG, of course. Light machine gun is 750 GP. 2d10 piercing, 20 pounds, ammunition, 100 to 300 range, auto fire, heavy, reload 120, two-handed. Those are all the tags, but important pieces. 750, so scaling up from that, I'd imagine.
I'll say 850 for the gun, and then How much for rounds?
Wait, where would I find? Is armor piercing in one of these? So that we can.
It'd be further down. It's also got a lot more attachments.
It's not in the gun ones. It's in the modern one. If there's armor piercing.
That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, I've
Wait.
already forgotten what ammo.
Special ammunition, acid, breaching, shotgun
Light
shells,
machine-
cold, fire, holy silvered.
Light machine gun bullets, 24. 4. It reloads with 120, and you're telling me that it's fucking gives you a stack of 20? Who loads 20 bullets at a time?
There, yeah, light machine gun bullets, I see it.
So it'd be 20 for 4, so that'd be 100 for 20?
100 bullets for
100
20.
120, a full round would be 24. So probably round up 25. 100, a full clip is 25 credits.
Well, then
Yeah,
we would
we'll
have to
say a full
consider.
clip is 25.
We would have to then consider, like, if we are
Yeah,
gonna buy,
heavy bullets.
yeah, armor pierce, heavy machine gun, as well as if we're getting armor piercing rounds or not, which kind of like probably could maybe even triple the price.
That's what I'm thinking. So yeah, if it's gonna be 25 for a full clip, we'll say for heavy armor piercing, we'll double it to 50.
That makes sense.
So 50 per mag, you say? So 50 per 120? I'm game. How many mags do we want to buy?
D per 120, why not?
How many rounds get used per set? Per shot,
10.
I should say. 10. So you
10,
get 10 shot or 12 shots per clip.
essentially.
Okay.
That'd be quite a bit, even if we bought 4 to make it an even 200.
Okay. Well,
So
I am
four-
in my
does
notes,
4 sound good?
so
4 sound good, yeah?
4 mags,
Yeah, 4.
4 mags plus 1. Wait, is it the same policy with the ballistic weapons?
Yeah,
Free-
it
free
does
mag
come with
in?
a free mag.
Okay, free mag in.
Yeah,
All
it comes
right.
with a free mag. I was about to say this lady loves you. She's like,
4 mags for
She's being very nice
200.
to us.
He's extremely happy.
The LMG is 850, is that what you said?
or the LMG is 750, the HMG is 850.
Oh,
Did
and
I
the
pick up-
heavy
Go-
ones.
go ahead,
were-
sorry.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to do something. So the heavy
No problem.
bullets that ones for the heavy were 50. Okay.
Makes sense. Did I go pick up the coat while this was happening? Did that just
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
bad.
you could have
Okay,
you could have went and picked it up.
Gun purchasing is all you missed.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of math right now.
Okay.
We're doing a lot of
Sorry,
math.
that's a lot of that.
We're doing shopping episode.
I ran to the corner store real quick to go pick up a drink. Have you guys had a called They had like a bunch of C4, so I had to grab some.
Hell yeah.
TNT.
I just looked at the fucking group chat.
No, it's got TNT on there.
No, the drink.
Oh, you just looked at it? Yeah.
You just
It is indeed a shopping episode, though. So you tune out and tune back in. You don't miss much.
Yeah.
Actually, I was actually gonna ask if anything important is going on because I kind of do have to go at the moment, unfortunately.
I think it's just
It's
going to
mainly
be
just supplies.
finalizing this and then getting back to the HAB unit, right?
Yep, pretty much. Goodbye
And
to
basically
Ophidia
leaving.
and then driving.
Yeah.
All right then. Well, I will see you guys next time. Have a good one. Peace.
So I'll sound the alarm if anything bad happens.
Yes.
Good night.
please do. Good night.
Right.
I think I want to do the insane thing and possibly get a suppressor for the revolver.
Okay.
Are you insane?
That would be about. I know, right?
Insane in the
That-
membrane.
That kind of gun. So that'd be about 200 credits. Yeah, suppressor 200 GP.
Yeah, so yeah, 200 credits for the suppressor.
suppressor 200.
What's this one say?
I got the mags. I got the HMG. My suppressor. That'd be the one thing I'd want, I think.
So is this just for like all together, or we're gonna be able to get like our own stuff individually?
Oh, we're doing both.
Well,
we're just summing up everything.
We're throwing all the money together, yeah.
Yeah, because I got a plasma rifle for
Getting it all at the
me.
same time.
The HMG and the rocket launchers are for everybody. Whoever's around and can use it at the time.
Yeah, I got me some shotgun shells and revolver rounds, getting me the suppressor, the HMG. I guess I'll wield the HMG.
I might also posit the possibility of someone else getting a plasma weapon. Not saying that any individual should have one, but like that another plasma weapon to be the party plasma weapon, and possibly plasma grenades. I forgot to ask if there were any of those plasma grenades, but do they have those? Do those exist? I don't know if that's a thing.
Oh yeah, I was about to say if there's a plasma gun, a plasma grenade would make sense. It would just be a plant-based, like,
I was gonna say a
organic
plant
acid grenade.
Somebody's
Plant-based
screen is about to
explosive.
turn filled with particle blue effect, and then they're gonna explode suddenly.
Alright, let me write down
Bet your ass.
plasma grenades, because I know we're getting those.
How many?
Yeah.
It depends on how many are we getting, though. How much is a box? How much is in a box? How much is individual?
How many are in a box, and how much does that box cost?
And we get a discount for bulk.
Yeah, if you guys are getting a box of grenades, I'll say there will be 5 grenades in it for 20 credits, wherein there are 5 a piece, so normally it'd be 25 if you bought them individually, but if you buy a box, it's, you get 5 credits off.
Oh, okay, so
I just
in that
remembered
case, how many
something.
how many plasma grenades are we getting? Before you remember. How many plasma do you want?
15.
5 for 20.
Buddy.
Alright, so that'd be 60. So 15 plasma grenades.
Yeah, and I'll say grenades don't have much variation in cost because growing a plasma grenade is much easier than trying to grow and cultivate a plasma gun.
Yeah, fair enough.
So they cost the same as like your standard frag or solar grenade.
Next order of business. Hammers, ammunition, and things that we'll need for the now
Cost on that.
fully combined singular unit Harvest 1.
What cost are we up to, Colton?
Oh, give me a sec.
Mr. Receipt Tracker.
Let's see, last thing I had was 5, so let's add plus 200 plus 60. Okay, so we've probably spent about a little over a fifth of the budget.
So about
For
5,000 credits.
Yeah, 5219.
Damn.
Nice.
Okay, that's good because we also need to buy ammunition for the unit.
Yes.
I'll just say that Hammer has requested about, we'll say 2,000 credits worth of high power artillery laser batteries, surface to air missiles.
That can be floated down the river.
Yeah, I was about to say the stuff that will have to be floated down the river.
We'll make
This
quick
is-
trips between the river and the pickup spot in the hab. And
This is why I was saying we should just do that anyway. Like, put as much as we can. Like, grab as many, I guess, rockets we'll need
a couple
for
of rockets
launchers.
just in case.
But everything, we're just gonna be floating everything else. So I'm gonna just put 2,000 credits worth of stuff.
That's good for, because he said he doesn't really need much more in the way of metal since he
Materials.
combined the other units.
Yeah.
So you should be good to just get him some ammunition for whatever he's concocting.
Well, now we're at 7219. I am really, really tempted to float so much shit that we can host a small army.
Okay, from here on, you guys have free reign. Serena will straight up fucking leave after that.
Okay,
Leaving
so
my stuff and not sealing it, probably to come back for it, or at least paying for the things that I'm taking with me. But yeah, after that, I'll straight up fucking leave the store and let you guys parade
Okay,
around
so
and
I'm
have
thinking-
as much fun as you want.
I'm gonna think some tactical shit here.
Hell yeah.
What if like we get a bunch of fucking guns and ammo, right? All right. Well, spend barely anything because this place, like water, the bullets flow. Then we go somewhere where there's basically whatever the equivalent of an MRE is. We get a shitload of those. Then if we have to make a trip to Bunker B, get some people, get some soldiers, get some people who know how to shoot a gun. Then we have food and ammo
Bulk
for
up
them.
on supplies before we get to where we can actually get more people to help with the trip.
Then we just have an army, and in case we run into something, guess what? We have food, we have bullets.
Okay.
How does that sound?
I like the idea.
Okay, so
I will ask real quick while you're tallying that up. You had a question earlier, Maxon. What's up?
yeah, Maxon, you wanted to get some personal stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead before we do all
This
that.
is the time and the episode.
Let me just erase all this shit. Trying to find a way to pass the time. Let me think. What do they have in terms of like mobility? Because I've still got my rocket boots. But do they have
Mobility wise, I don't think they're gonna have much. It's mainly just guns and bullets. At least in this store, you're like you can go check out other stores.
If you want to find something that's more armor based.
Oh yeah, we're in a whole bazaar. We just went for guns first because that's what we needed for supplies.
Yeah, and then next is fucking wherever the MREs are. I gotta figure out how many.
I guess in the background while we're discussing these things, I'm gonna go to like whoever's got mining equipment and look about making that homemade melta laser thing.
Where does Maxon
Volkite, sorry, Volkite laser thing.
I was gonna get some stuff done to my helmet, but
Okay. There are a few tinkerers here and there, so if you could go talk to one of them, see if they could help you. But then again, you're also going to be meeting back up with Hammer and everybody at the end of the night, so you could always just have them work on it for free if you'd prefer.
Yeah,
You
because
don't
we
have
are
to. I'm
going
just
back.
giving you the option.
Stop it, Gandalf. Yeah, because we're going back to the unit. Frankly, I trust Hammer and Raziel far more than I trust the fuckers here.
But if you would like to accompany Serena to procure mining equipment, if you just like to walk around and explore, you can do that too. It's whatever you want to do.
I'll just go with Serena.
Okay. Well,
I'm inspecting the attachments on the miniguns and kind of weapons like that to see if I can get good ideas for the turret.
Okay.
And
Unless there's... Are you done in the gun store, Seraphim? Are we going to buy more ammo?
I was kind of waiting to hear how much this mining equipment for Serena's going to cost before I decide, because we still need, like I said, I need to buy I'll do like how we got 2,000 credits for Hammer's stuff. I'll do a set amount for guns and ammo, because bullets are cheap. I assume guns aren't that much more expensive.
I was about to say.
I'll just, you know what? We have 24,000 credits. We've only spent like 7K.
I will say for the mining equipment that you're looking for, something to kind of convert into a Volkite, somewhere between a Volkite and a Melta, you're probably looking at, I'll say 300 for something powerful enough yet small enough to be converted into a handheld weapon.
Okay.
Alright, so 300.
Oh no, that wouldn't work because we would need to transport it.
Yeah, I
Or we
will
can
say it
float
does. It will weigh about two-handed.
Because I'm thinking about something that's like not. I'm thinking not like full size, like taking up the whole top deck type turret, but like something not handheld, but obviously not super giant because it wouldn't fit in the thing. I might now, but anyways, my something. What would I compare it to? In my head, I'm imagining either a handheld thing like what you were talking about, or something large enough to be like Helldiver's machine gun turret size. You know.
Oh yeah, you could definitely do that of just like a large constant beam of energy. Yeah, you could definitely do a mounted gun like that.
Because I'm straight up thinking of something to just laser through their fucking whatever it is that they catch up to the hab unit with.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
So
would that be
300.
would that be floatable?
Yeah, that would definitely be floatable. I was about to say, with it, when it comes to floating things down the river, they have like giant like.
And would it be more expensive
barges.
than the 300 for
yeah,
the
no, I'm not.
handheld one?
See, I'm not holding.
I'll say that it would
Floater.
be. It'd be 500 instead of 300 since it's a bit.
Cool.
It's bigger and more powerful, but it's not
And then
like.
we can work on that when we.
For your money equipment. Let me add it to the thingy.
Yeah, it'd be 500, and then anything else that's materials to convert it we probably already have stuff for it,
It wouldn't
or it's
take much to
included in the
convert it.
machine.
True
Yeah, you just have to
customization, we will
repurpose
have
it
the-
essentially. Yeah.
Okay, so with that in mind,
Excuse me.
how about let's see 2,000 credits on stuff for a giant fucking fortress? Seraphim's going crazy and looking at all this stuff because now he's like, this is what I was literally born for, made for.
As you start looking around and everything, the woman just kind of the husband has kind of wandered off. He's kind of just getting you guys' giant order together, and she's like,
No.
"All right,
That one, and that one.
I am going to cut you all a deal right now. I will double any ammo you buy,
Ooh.
just because we need it off the shelves, and I don't want to be here anymore. We are too old to live in this place, and I want to leave."
Damn.
She sees that you guys are very adamant to buy bullets, and she's happy to oblige. I will say, this is probably the only old-looking elf you guys have seen on Ermos. All
No,
of them.
I clocked that earlier. Just like you said, elderly elf. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's an old
Like-
elf.
Like, she's old by elven standards, and her husband seems very, very old by human standards.
Yeah, what's funny is she would still be kind of aged, and while he would be young. So he was just like, "That's the one."
Guys, are we buying guns and shit from the equivalent of Stanley?
Yes.
That's the vibe I'm like sub-level catching here. I don't know if that's what he means or not. He probably won't tell me.
Okay, so in that
Knowing
case,
how I am.
knowing she's going to run a double ammo special, I still want to buy. How many personnel do you think we need for a fortress?
I will say, you know that Hammer has at least 6 to 7 automatons running with Acolyte.
We have people that can shoot weapons aside from us for the moment anyway.
I would say that, judging by how much room, with a rough estimation that you have of like kind of cramming all of the hab units together in your mind,
Yeah, let's say.
could
Yeah, let's
probably.
let's go based on room count, not including us. How many rooms are left to fit people comfortably?
I would say, if you, with your rough estimate, with you not really knowing what the hab looks like right now, you could probably fit 10, 15 people comfortably.
Perfect. I want to get 15 rifles, and then how much do you think? How much would a single rifle be? How much would a single rifle be?
Just a normal kinetic rifle.
Normal kinetic. We're not going crazy here.
And it would just be the flat. I'll say, with you buying in bulk, we'll say 50 for each.
50 for each. All right, let me. Let me use one of my other calculators.
Every bond is a bullet and your best guy's gun. That's all I can think about.
It's like the same
Captain
thing.
America.
Times
You guys are clearing the surplus store out.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Fuck
so-
yes.
Okay, so it would be.
Gimme.
Now listen to this. With 750 for 15 rifles, I want to get 2,000 credits worth of rifles and ammo
Okay,
for these soldiers.
So that would be. Let me do some math real quick. So. 1,000.
It'd be a lot of fucking bullets, I can tell you that. And she said double
Yeah.
the bullets. I'm fucking
So,
throwing
yeah.
the money at her.
You guys
need-
would get 2,500 credits worth of rifle ammunition by spending 1,250 on rifle bullets.
Man.
Perfect. Yep. So 2,000 guns and ammo. And we're still, funny enough, even with that crazy purchase, still not even hitting 10K.
We do have to think about hiring once we reach Bunker B, though. So do we
That
keep
is
going,
5
or do we stop there?
That is
Wait.
500 rounds of ammunition, by the way.
Okay, so
Honestly, I would say we're probably good there on most of that.
Because you guys
500
do still need to buy, well, as
Oh yeah, the food
buy
and stuff
food.
too.
Food.
would that be 500
buy
rounds?
food. I think I did my math right.
Or would that be 500 boxes? Because a box of revolvers and a box of shotgun shells was only 2 credits. Let's see, and if a box,
I was about to say that's gonna be a lot of rounds, dude.
it was 2 for.
Okay, yeah, it
even
would
for
be a
shotgun-
box of 50, so it would be a lot.
Oh Jesus.
You guys are getting like crates of ammunition,
That's exactly
but
what
only
I wanted.
for rifles.
No, that's exactly what I wanted. We're gonna make sure these people are loaded. We're not gonna have to spend a whole lot on hiring costs, especially if we look around and see if there's people selling.
Fucking these doors about to
MREs.
roll up to like a fucking a regiment of linear warfare style just prepared to like ready, hey, and then just like thunderous gunfire.
Yeah, I have to do the math on that real quick because I'm very curious. So, how many rifle bullets are in a box?
So a box is 50 for
54.
or sorry, 50 flat. I misspoke.
50 bullets flat?
Yeah, 50.
Or- Okay, how much is 50 bullets? Is it just
It is 5 credits.
Okay, so the 50 times, actually no. Yeah, it was, you said we were spending 1,250, so but we're actually getting 2,500 worth. That's 125,000 bullets.
Fuck yes.
I was about to say, like, that's probably what you guys already
I-
had on the
I
HAB
think-
units, so you guys got a lot of bullets.
It's 50 times, yeah, 50 times 5. It's 250. Yeah, that's I think that math is right. I don't know. If someone wants to else to do that math just in case, because 50 bullets times spending. Wait a minute. It'd be 10 bullets for 1 credit.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 125,000.
Times. Oh, yep. It's such an insane number. I wasn't sure.
Okay, on the end of all of the stuff that's going towards not our direct usage, do we want me to keep track of that, or are we just gonna say like, we purchased this much
worry
and there's
about
a
it.
plenty? Okay.
When it comes to rifle bullets, don't worry about it. You guys are gonna have enough to, yeah,
We purchased the infinite ammo cheat.
literally.
No, I'm writing it. I've got it all written down here. I wrote 2,000.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were writing it down or not.
2,000 for guns and ammo. 15 guns. Let me wrote down.
I would say
Rifles.
spare What do you think? 500 for building up the food rations, having them
Well, let's
sent
go
down to pick up.
I was about to say
As well.
for like dried food and like supplies of water, 500 would probably be good for you guys as well as anyone you plan on hiring.
For how long though? If it's all dried, we can live with dried.
I was about to say, yeah, it'll stay preserved.
The MREs last what, fucking 25 years or whatever. I forget how when they fucking expire.
But don't forget,
this is
I'm accounting
this
for
is a
15
planet
extra
that-
people.
that's what I was also accounting for. Like, with like cheap, easy to keep stored like food, you guys could definitely get a lot for 500, especially
And if you
here.
need someone to blame, I'll say I placed that order.
No, we're gonna. I was
They're
gonna say
high
you're
in
gonna
sodium.
blame- no, you're gonna blame me because we're gonna write rations. 750.
High in sodium,
We're
which
adding-
means...
I'm adding an extra 200. We're getting an extra 250 credits worth.
Oh yeah.
We're making sure these people are fed.
Extra food in case some is destroyed. I like it.
Num num time.
Preparedness. The Boy Scout
Now we're-
rule is be
Now
prepared.
we're above 10k. And that's everything that I could think of, other than however much this this floating service costs. But in
I
total,
will say, with all that you bought, don't worry about it. Free shipping.
oh, fuck yeah. Okay, so I wrote it all down. We got rations, the light launcher, the heavy launcher, my bad and good solar cores, and my 2 boxes of ammo, 50 light rockets, 20 heavy rockets, 4 high explosive rockets, 10 anti-tank mines, 10 anti-personnel mines, the plasma rifle, 10 tracer rounds, 4 mags, 4 extra mags for the HMG itself, my suppressor, 15 plasma grenades, 2,000 credits worth of stuff for Hammer, 2,000 credits worth of stuff for us, and then the mining equipment for 500. It comes out to 10,469. We still have around 14,000 credits.
Good. We can pay these people well. If you pay them
Like I
well,
said, we have-
their loyalty.
I will
is
say
higher.
that you got the rations from the butcher shop. You didn't get them from the gun store.
Obviously.
I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
No, what we're trying to avoid is biting the bullet.
See what you did there. Clever man. Alright, well, I'm fully finished. I've done everything I needed to do.
I got to live my shop. I never get to do anything really with the shopping spree. I'm so glad I got to just go fucking crazy. This was awesome.
I think Colton
fun.
finished. If you
Yeah, I'm
take
not-
my meaning.
I was about to say he needs a cigarette now.
I'm done. I need some water after that one.
If I could crank one out over there to a fucking gun store. Yeah, you'll find me back at the truck and thinking quietly to myself. But from there, I'm ready to move back to the bar. It's
will
called
say,
Serpent's what again? I was trying to remember.
I
Serpent's
believe
Den?
it was the Serpent's Den. Yeah, Serpent's Den.
Yeah.
Are you all going to just kind of slowly make your way back to the truck, or is there any other shops you want to go to?
I cannot think of literally anything else I need to do.
I want to go to the shop.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm good, but Max and anyone else do whatever.
Anything in particular, or are you just window shopping?
Some of the stuff I'm gonna get, compared to the stuff we just bought, even compared to bullets, it's gonna feel like pocket change. But this is gonna play out once it's actually built.
Yeah, lay it on me.
Is there a way for determining like basic stuff that doesn't even really have any like actual combat purpose?
There are lots of lists for the old 5e of objects value.
I was about to say I just need to know what it is, what it does.
Yeah, what it is, and then you can find a
I'm gonna
5e
grab
value.
some stuff, and then I'm gonna bring it back, and then I'm gonna ask What was his name? The guy that's really good at building stuff. How did I forget his name?
Hammer.
Hammer.
Hammer. Yeah, and then I'm just gonna ask him, hey, I know, okay, let's do this. We'll go through it together. This and that, this and that.
Flash forward.
I'm going to,
Yeah. So when you
grab
guys,
them.
you're gonna grab who?
I need a very big speaker. I know that sounds weird, but trust me.
Interesting.
Preferably
Okay.
a strong subwoofer.
I would say you could probably find something like that at one of the scrap vendors here for a big one that's still working. I'll say 45 credits.
Okay. And the capacitors are what holds electric charges, right? It keeps it from overloading.
I think so.
Okay, yeah. They definitely would have that at the scrap vendor.
Yeah, I'll say, how many do you need?
About, let me see. Okay, so if I need 3 subwoofers.
Oh, you need 3
and I can just
subwoofers?
no, I need like
Oh, okay.
one big speaker that has like 3 of them on it, you know?
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, you're
And
good.
then I need, okay, so I'm probably gonna need about 6 capacitors.
Okay, we'll
No, I thought-
say
I'm also going
altogether
to
that would
need,
be.
not a large amount, but enough to how much scrap do you think it would cost to get like a titanium that was about enough to wrap around someone's head?
Specifically titanium?
It's a good metal.
I was about to say, that's a good metal.
Light,
You're probably not
durable.
going to find that. You're probably not going to find much of that in a scrap heap.
Maybe at the
What
armor
about,
store? What'd you think?
What was that?
But, like,
I said, would you find it maybe at like the armor store or something?
Either the armor or the mining group.
If he
that you
needed
spoke to.
specific I was about to say specific titanium or whatever, he probably would have ordered that the night before, and it would have been there with his order.
Yeah, titanium's highly valued because it's almost as light as steel and it's just as strong and hard.
durable. Yep.
Yeah, it's very
And it's also-
durable metal.
It's also very expensive because of the
Yeah.
high level of heat resistance it has.
Yep. Yeah, it's a very useful metal.
Yeah, you could get we'll say for all the capacitors you need, we'll go 90 credits, 45 for the subwoofer, and then we could just tack on an extra.
That thing, a very, very good battery.
For a good battery, we'll just say another 50 credits.
Okay.
I'm
And then-
wary of any man in a
I don't
market
mean
telling me
no,
that a battery is a very.
I'm not talking about like a double A battery or like a D battery. I'm talking about like.
Oh no, yeah, you're getting like essentially a small nuclear generator. Like
How much?
so 45 for the speaker, 90 for all the capacitors, and then another 50 for a good battery. And then we'll say tack on an extra 100 credits for the titanium,
Done. Let me add those.
which as you all kind of just pass by, as Maxon, as you pass the mining thing, someone actually runs over to you and asks, they hold up an account number and an order number. They're like, is this yours? Multiple heavy metals, tungsten, titanium.
He looks at it, gives it a second look. That's mine.
She takes it back from you and begins to kind of run down the list, and she kind of slightly frowns and says, "I'm so sorry, but we had a run-in with a bandit group, and some of our supplies were stolen. So we will have to
What?
delay."
He says very angrily.
She just kind of looks back up to you and says, "It will take a few more days to ship that. We have seen through the local market guild that you already have a shipment going to a specific spot down the river. We will send the supplies there." We are sorry for the inconvenience, but
He just closes
there
his
is
eyes.
nothing we
and then
can do.
He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and then just says, "Sometimes things happen. It's fine."
Less of an inconvenience for us.
She nods and she says, "But do not worry, we will send a security force with your entire shipment free of charge because of this inconvenience."
Has this happened before?
Much more often than you would think, she says with a very, very put out, exasperated sigh.
As is the trouble with this line of work.
Indeed so. And then she rips off the end and she says, "Here's the receipt for you to collect your order." And then after she hands it to you, she just kind of shuffles back off into the crowd. You see there's a pretty big crowd around the mining company. It seems a lot of people are very upset with the recent news.
I'm not the only one that got screwed over.
Oh yeah, there's a pretty big crowd. A lot of people are mad.
After the person runs off, I'll turn and go, "Hey, that just means we don't got to load it into the van."
I still don't see a reason to throw everything in our half track. But I say we keep what we need in the bag.
That was my point. We didn't have to worry about it.
So yeah, now we just don't have to worry about the extra. Goddamn, however much that was gonna weigh.
Actually, it saves us our extra trip. A little bit. It just helps in general. Because I don't think that we were supposed to pick that set up, so him sending it down the river, that actually helps us a lot.
But now we gotta wait. Now we gotta wait a little bit longer.
After Max,
It'll take us a couple of days to set up the habs anyway.
So when he goes outside, is it
Yeah.
like is there like an area that's kind of just like a grassland that's close to him, or no?
On the bazaar, no, because it's all like over the water. It's like built on like a
Pier. A floating
pier,
pier,
thank you.
basically.
Yeah, it's on a big floating pier, but there is a common area with some seats where people are sitting and having some various teas and drinks.
Tea time?
They still got that? Holy fuck!
I want to say that Max is very he's not like visually infuriated, but internally he is just like about as angry as he can be right now. He's just not showing it. He's like, no, I'm fine. No, I'm not angry.
Is he just what is he? He's just kind of muttering to himself, walking.
Yeah. And then he kind of just goes into like, is there like an alley around here somewhere?
Oh yeah, there's alleys where the shop areas kind of press together and make these tight little passageways.
Somehow
like
go down the
bazaar.
somehow go down the alley with the fucking drug dealer.
He just like he just kind of goes up to like one of the walls. He kind of just presses his head against it, and then he puts his arm up to like side of his face, kind of just like face palming. And then he takes a deep breath and is like, "Is there like a big trash can around there somewhere? Like a dumpster?"
Oh, yeah. I'll say that there seems to be a small place where people have thrown some like food waste and things like that into a receptacle.
Can I make a strength saving throw real quick?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, just roll for me. Well, what are you trying to do?
Okay, 13 plus 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. Okay, so he just gets very mad, and he just decides to take his anger out right there. He kicks one of the dumpsters so hard that it just leaves like a huge dent in the wall, and then he just goes back to the others.
As you're walking back to the others, a man cuts down the alleyway to walk past you. Very pale, coal black hair, cloudy eyes. As he's walking by, he bumps you, and you just get this crazy sulfuric smell.
What do you want?
And
He says.
he just as he bumps you, he just stops, looks at you, and mutters something in a language that sounds familiar, but you don't quite understand. And he just kind of, as he bumped into you, you notice he kind of just stopped moving, and you felt how frail and weak he felt underneath this like ragged black cloak he's wearing. And he just kind of keeps muttering to himself just this phrase, and well, actually, yeah, no, a language you don't understand.
Because he's like not thinking straight, and he really does not want to like lose himself. He just says, "I don't have time for this," and kind of just like walks away.
Can you roll for perception for me?
Yep.
And let
Okay,
me
that's
roll
a
something as well.
14 plus 17.
You don't notice anything. He just bumped you, and nothing happened, as far as you know. But he just takes off down the opposite way, just mumbling in that same strange tongue you don't quite understand. Do you meet up with the rest of the group?
Yep.
All right.
I just
Well.
come back and I'm carrying like the box of stuff that I bought, like not the shipment, the because I can we say
yeah,
that
the
I
smaller
already brought
stuff.
the smaller stuff, yeah, the personal stuff.
Yeah, you're all good. All right. Well, are we all ready to leave the bazaar?
Indeed.
I have it all calculated. How much money did we have before?
24.
Just 24,000? Okay,
Mhm.
so
That was what we were working with.
then now we have minus we have
You passed
13. We have, yeah, we did go past 10, but we didn't go past 11. So now we're at 13,246.
Hell yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. Well. So are you guys on your way back to the Serpent's Den?
We're gonna go hop back in the half track and drive it back over that way
Back to Ophidia. Back to Serpent's Den.
to give her a goodbye. Possibly to use a little bit more money to grab the commander a expensive ass bottle of liquor. He's been through some shit.
Well, as you all pull up to the club, you don't have any issues with traffic. I'd say it's about like, you guys got up pretty early. I'd say it's about noon. Most of the traffic is either in the bazaar or other places of Green Cove. So as you pull up to the club, you see a few people standing outside. You see a horse parked where the half track was parked originally.
Hell yeah.
You assume there's just a few people here, probably having lunch, trying to take it easy. I will say, as you arrive, you see two giant mobile containers sitting next to the pits that seem to have a lot of hooting, hollering, screeching, and animal noises coming from them.
Fuck that.
That's interesting.
Let's get that good hooch and get out of here. After we say our goodbyes.
Okay. Well, does everybody go inside? or are some people gonna hang out at the truck?
Seraphim is on the turret at the moment.
Okay.
I will
laser
definitely
turret?
enter.
Oh, okay. Well, as Serena and whoever else that wants to go into the bar enters, there are 2 patrons at the bar. There seems to be one passed out in one of the chairs in the middle. And you see Ophidia sitting up in her elevated balcony area.
I'll wander over to the bar and just kind of lean in and say, wish to have a parting word with the matron if she's not busy.
Yeah, he just nods and then walks over there, and after a moment she comes down from the tree and just kind of slithers over to the bar. About to leave, are we?
Indeed. Heading out.
Were you able to procure everything you needed?
As much as we needed and more. As a matter of fact, I think those dwarves won't like us very much if they attack again.
Well, that's very good to hear.
And especially after we leave Bunker B and are able to procure more crew. And Alexander did arrive just this morning.
I'm glad to hear it.
And he is unspoiled.
You better stay that way.
If he doesn't, I will bring him back from the dead and kill him myself. Metaphorically speaking. I do have an idea.
She just glances over to you as you say that.
I pull out the picture, and I unfold it, and I look at the back of it for a second, and I kind of hand it to her, and I say, if you like the idea, give me the picture you have, and you keep this one for now. But leave a new note for him. Perhaps he could use something to make him feel a bit more cheery. While a kind person he is, there is a underlayer of gloom to him since returning here from wherever he went. And I think that might just brighten the rest of this trip for him.
He takes a moment and she nods and takes out her photo that she had, and after taking a moment she quickly writes something down and
I look away.
hands it over to you. After she finishes, she just hands it to you and then takes
Stick it
Alex's
in the back.
photo. Thank you
I
very
know
much.
it's not of you two, but I figure fair trade. He has to come and get it back if he wants it.
Indeed he does. Thank you
Yes.
for your help.
Ancestors protect you. And hopefully, on the other end of this, maybe we all come out on the other side happier.
Let us all hope so.
This is farewell for good. It was wonderful meeting you. And if we do meet again, I look forward to it. Thank you for your assistance, Ophidia.
And thank you for your patronage, Serena.
I will
I hope to see you again.
turn and take my leave. Hit
She
up.
just is. As you're walking away, she takes a moment and is just kind of like looking around, and then just starts looking at the picture and starts humming quietly as she goes back up to her little canopy up in the tree.
I will,
Is there anything else we need to do here in town before we get out of here?
I hope not, because it is time to get out of here.
I think I've
Alright.
already shopped my heart's desires. I can't desire anymore. I've already been a greedy little pig. I don't need to stuff myself anymore.
As you all begin to make your leave, you are probably, I'll say, the last of the people to be. You're like next in line to get checked out at the gate of Green Cove to get on your way to your destination. And you hear what sounds like a far distant explosion go off. Just a very quick and boom. And then you just hear a cacophony of animal noises. As from behind you, so many creatures are just pouring over, under, around the gates of Green Cove. And you assume that the rebels probably blew up that transport cargo thing you saw to release some of the animals from the pit.
I was in the half-track turret, but saying that, I probably went back down into the truck and fucking closed the hatch, just so I don't get stomped on
here.
I was about to say, yeah, like it doesn't seem like, it seems more like the animals are more trying to get around the obstacles, not like knock them
They're
out of the
trying to
way.
get out.
Yeah,
Out
like,
is the
but I will
goal.
say, before you do stick your head back into the cabin, Seraphim, you hear a very familiar voice. You hear your voice. But it's just one word. You hear a bunch of birds flying overhead going, "What? What? What?" It's like a whole
What?
colony of them
What?
just...
What?
That's
What?
hilarious.
What?
No, that's.
I had
I'll
forgotten
translate
about
for you.
the
That's
bird.
bird for. That's the guy. He said the thing.
I had forgotten about the bird.
I also had fucking forgotten about the bird.
That's fucking hilarious.
Well,
So,
we
shall
get
we call it
Maxon's
there in case
ship
we run into
back,
something between here and that
And
ship?
then
Yeah, we can call it here. Let me move the PC truck back over to the world map. Yeah, we have officially concluded our time in Green Cove.
I fucking
wait, why am I doing that? There we go.
Once again, just buying several $1,000s worth of equipment for an army.
As we're leaving, I hear a distant echoing voice of Mark Hamill in the 1980s or late 1970s. What a piece of junk! What a piece of junk! Boy, in Green Cove, it functions, but it sure do look bad.
No, yeah. It is the ugliest place where you can get the best deals.
Well, obviously, considering how much shit we bought for half our money.
A big thing with the bazaar too is a lot of those traders were just like in and out. Like, you can tell by her attitude they had probably been there for a long time, and you guys came in and bought a lot of shit.
When we came in and
That
bought
they've
their
been trying to
retirement.
empty out.
Is the stream still going or no?
I was gonna end it in a second.